My name is Scarlett, and I'm a 37-year-old housewife with no children. I work as well, balancing both roles. Today marks our 5th wedding anniversary, which also happens to be my husband Everett's birthday. Everett is the same age as me. Everett is a charming salesman working for a well-known company, where he's doing quite well. However, his job often requires him to work late and entertain clients, so we rarely spend time together. Our wedding was a modest ceremony held on a weekday, attended only by close family and a few friends. Both of us had jobs that required us to work on weekends, making it difficult to find a suitable time. Everett was particularly insistent on keeping it simple. For our anniversary and his birthday, I asked him to come home early. I even took half a day off from work to prepare. I bought his favorite Wagyu steak, wine, and cake from a department store and set up a beautifully decorated table. I waited eagerly for Everett to return home. However, despite my repeated requests, he never showed up. Instead, I received a single email from him, saying that he had urgent work and would be staying at the office. I was disappointed but tried to be understanding since it was work-related. I cleaned up the uneaten dinner and went to bed, though I couldn't shake a feeling of doubt, especially since he had told me he wasn't that busy. The next morning, I went to work as usual, but my messages to his phone went unread, and my calls went unanswered. Growing more worried, I called his office and was stunned to learn that he had resigned the day before and had apparently accepted a job in a neighboring prefecture. I hadn't heard anything about this. I rushed home and noticed his shoes by the entrance. My heart raced as I entered his room, only to find him packing his belongings into a suitcase. "What's going on?" I asked in shock, my eyes wide with disbelief. Everett simply clicked his tongue and handed me divorce papers, saying, "So, you've already figured it out. What's going on?" I asked, my voice trembling with shock. With cold, emotionless eyes, he echoed my question before bluntly stating, "Let's get a divorce." "Why? What for?" I demanded, still reeling from his sudden declaration. "I'm tired of you not fulfilling your role as a wife," he replied, his tone sharp and unforgiving. "You put work first, you barely cook, you only do laundry once a week, and the house is always dusty. I don't need a wife like that." "Wait a minute," I protested, feeling a surge of frustration. "For the past 2 years, I've made dinner and waited for you, but you always said you had already eaten and refused to have any. That's why I stopped cooking." "Even so, it's a wife's duty to cook and wait," he retorted, dismissing my explanation. "Besides, your cooking is terrible, so I started eating out." I shuddered at the harshness in his voice, remembering how he used to compliment my cooking when we were first married. Desperately, I reminded him, we agreed when we got married that I would do the laundry and cleaning on my days off, Wednesdays and Thursdays, but he just rolled his eyes and scoffed. "So, I'm supposed to tolerate a dirty house from Friday to Tuesday? That's ridiculous." "What's happened to you all of a sudden?" I asked, bewildered by his sudden change in attitude. "I never imagined you'd want me to quit my job after 5 years of marriage." "When I got a new job offer, I saw it as the perfect opportunity," he said coldly. "An opportunity for what? A divorce?" I was stunned. Everett had never complained about my work or housekeeping before, and I had seen no signs that he was unhappy or thinking of ending our marriage. "You never noticed how dissatisfied I was," he said, his voice icy. "I don't need a wife like that. I've rented an apartment near my new job, so I won't be coming back to this place." With that, he pushed past me, standing in front of the door with his suitcase, and left the house without looking back. I stood there, utterly stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. A week later, I attended my high school reunion. I wasn't really in the mood to go, but I had already paid the membership fee. Besides, I hadn't been able to reach Everett since that day, and my frustration was growing with each passing day. I thought the reunion might be a good way to clear my mind. When I arrived, I saw that some of my classmates were divorced or single mothers, yet they were all leading strong and resilient lives. Up until that point, all I had hoped for was to mend my relationship with Everett, but as I thought about it more, I realized that if we reconciled, I would likely have to move with him to his new job location. In that case, staying at my current job would be impossible due to the long daily commute, even though it was just in the neighboring prefecture. On the other hand, After working for 17 years since graduating from junior college and earning a decent salary, it would be nearly impossible to find a job that offered the same income in the new location. Everett had completely shut me out, and I began to wonder if it was time to let go. What made my decision final was a phone call from Everett, pressuring me to move out. We had been living in a rented apartment, where Everett was listed as the primary tenant. The lease renewal period was approaching, and it seemed the real estate agent had contacted him about it. I told them we'd be moving out in a month, so make sure everything is cleared out by then, he said bluntly. I'm still living here, and you didn't even consult me, I protested. His response was cold and dismissive. I'm the one renting it. I don't need to consult you. That was the moment I knew it was truly over. Fine, I'll pack up my things this weekend or next, I replied, feeling defeated. Make sure to get rid of not just your stuff, but everything left in my room and all the furniture, he added, his tone sharp. I was taken aback by his nerve. What are you talking about? You originally rented this place when you were single, and most of the furniture has been here since then. The other furniture and appliances were bought with your credit card. I'll take care of disposing of the items I primarily used, but you're responsible for getting rid of the rest and covering the disposal costs. I shot back. Without another word, he hung up on me. I couldn't believe how selfish he was, taking only what was precious to him and leaving the entire cleanup to me. This made me more determined than ever to go through with the divorce. Over the weekend, I began sorting through the closet, reminiscing about the happy times we had shared since our marriage. Among the items were things that belonged to both Everett and me. As I was going through them, I stumbled upon his high school graduation album. I suddenly realized that all the friends Everett had introduced me to were from after his college days. Absent-mindedly, I flipped through the pages of his graduation album, and that's when I noticed something unexpected. I submitted the divorce papers and informed Everett via email. A week later, I received a response from him in the evening, along with a picture. The image was of a marriage registration form with his name and that of another woman. I was stunned and stared at the screen in disbelief when my phone rang. It was Everett. Did you see it? He asked. What does this mean? I demanded, still in shock. It's exactly what it looks like, he replied casually. I just had a wedding ceremony and remarried that woman. You've got to be kidding, I said, incredulous. She's incredibly beautiful, wealthy, and has a wonderful personality, he boasted. She asked me to marry her as soon as our divorce was finalized. This picture is proof. Isn't it amazing? So, you were cheating on me while we were still married? I asked, my voice trembling with anger. I'm popular, unlike you, who only has your job going for you, he sneered. Oh, by the way, her father built us a house on their property, and I transferred to her hometown with his help. It's a mid-sized company, but I'm an executive there. Everett was clearly eager to brag about his new marriage to his wealthy affair partner, but as he spoke, a wave of intense anger surged within me. He had blamed me for the failure of our marriage and used that as an excuse to divorce me, but it was also he could remarry his affair partner. He admitted that they had been seeing each other for over 2 years. They had met at a pub where he was out with coworkers, and she was one of 4 women sitting at a nearby table. Apparently, when Everett accidentally spilled his drink on himself, she had kindly wiped it off, sparking their conversation. She's the same age as us, but she's incredibly beautiful and looks a decade younger, he continued, as if rubbing salt in the wound. She wiped my clothes with a pretty handkerchief, and when I took her out to dinner to thank her, I found out she was the daughter of a landowner. She had entered into an arranged marriage at her parents' suggestion but was distressed by her husband's infidelity. After realizing that she needed to improve herself, she became someone completely different from you. I was immediately drawn to her, Everett explained, revealing that he had aggressively pursued her after that. She began dating Everett while still married to her husband, without getting a divorce. Isn't it normal to question a woman who dates 2 men while supposedly being devoted to her husband? I asked. But Everett, blinded by love, hadn't noticed anything wrong. A woman who doesn't support her man is no good, he retorted. You prioritize work and don't care about your husband. You're just not right for me. So, you can't stand on your own, and you expect me to support you? I shot back, unable to hold back my frustration. Everett seemed irritated as well and replied, "Ah, I'm so glad I'm finally free from a woman like you. Stella is the best, after all." "Stella? Is that her name?" I asked. "Yeah, it's written with the characters for double and flower, like double cherry blossoms. She was born when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Her parents have great taste in names, they're true celebrities," Everett said, his voice filled with admiration for her unique name. As I listened to Everett gush about her, something clicked in my memory. "Did you really marry such an amazing woman? You're not lying, are you?" I asked, pretending to sound impressed. Everett's pride was clearly wounded by the insinuation. "She's the best wife with an impeccable family background and a great personality. Just look at her elegant beauty," he insisted and sent me a picture of the two of them at their wedding. There was no doubt it was her. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What's so funny? This is proof that we really got married," Everett exclaimed, sounding defensive. Sure, it's real," I replied, struggling to contain my laughter. "Hey, stop laughing, we really got married, and there's a baby in her belly," he added, clearly annoyed. "What? No way," I said, unable to stop laughing. "Ah, I get it. Losing me must have made you go crazy," Everett said, interpreting my laughter in a way that suited him. Then, dreamily, he added, "In 3 months, we'll have a baby girl. She'll definitely be as beautiful as Stella. Well, even if she looks like you instead, she'll still be beautiful." Everett has a sweet, idol-like handsome face, and for some reason, he suddenly became flustered and said, "No, she doesn't need to look like me." Hearing that, I burst out laughing again. "Go crazy on your own. Goodbye," Everett snapped before hanging up the phone. Eventually, he'll figure out why I was laughing, and I can't wait for that day. After that, we had some disputes over alimony and the division of property, but with the help of a lawyer, I managed to secure a substantial settlement from Everett. He agreed to pay his share of the alimony, not wanting to cause Stella any emotional distress during her pregnancy. 2 years passed without any contact, and then I finally received a desperate email from him. "Please, Scarlett, I beg you, please listen to me." Reluctantly, I answered the phone call that followed right after the email. As I expected, it was about the child he had with Stella. "Well, kids tend to look like their parents, right?" I said. "Of course, who else would they look like?" he replied nervously. Apparently, the baby girl didn't resemble the beautiful Stella at all. "She's only 2 years old, right? She'll change a lot as she grows." I tried to reassure him, though I could tell he wasn't convinced. He found it odd that there was no resemblance at all, and I suppose that made sense. "Doesn't the baby look like you?" I asked, struggling to keep my laughter in check. Everett suddenly panicked and blurted out, "No, she doesn't, but it's okay that she doesn't look like me." He had secretly done a DNA test to check if Stella had been unfaithful, but the results confirmed that both Everett and Stella were undeniably the child's parents. "So, there's no doubt she's your child," I said. But Everett wasn't ready to let the conversation end there. "Hey, when I told you 2 years ago that Stella was pregnant, you laughed a lot. Do you know something?" he asked, pressing me for an answer. Wow, he remembered that well, I thought. Actually, Stella and I went to the same high school and were in the same grade. We were never in the same class during those 3 years, so I didn't know her well, but I do remember that she was the daughter of a landlord and had a rather haughty, unpleasant personality. At a class reunion about 2 years ago, the topic of Stella's plastic surgery came up. Stella, with her single eyelids, small eyes, button nose, and slight overbite, had been self-conscious about her looks. Apparently, after high school, she underwent several cosmetic procedures at a famous clinic in New York. She didn't attend the reunion, so I didn't see her in person, but a friend later sent me before and after pictures of her transformation. American cosmetic surgery really is incredible. When I told Everett about this, he didn't believe me at first, but then it hit him. He had never seen any childhood photos or graduation albums of hers. Was I deceived? Damn it, he muttered, realizing the truth. Stella had played the role of the sweet, demure woman while they were dating, but it turns out she had cheated on him multiple times and had been divorced before. Worse, she had been sued for alimony by several of her ex-husband's wives. I'm going to confront her, Everett declared. Maybe you shouldn't, I suggested. Huh, why not? He asked, confused. Well, the child doesn't look like you either, right? Usually, girls are said to resemble their fathers, I pointed out, making Everett fall silent. She can't look like you, you've had plastic surgery too. How did you? He began, but I cut him off. When I moved out of the apartment we lived in 2 years ago, I found your high school graduation album. You looked like a completely different person, and I was shocked. After seeing that album, I finally understood why he never introduced me to his college friends, insisted on having a modest wedding, and only invited a few colleagues from work. Everett had likely undergone plastic surgery while in college and had been afraid his past would be exposed by his old friends. I don't think there's anything wrong with plastic surgery, I told him, but you have to consider that your child might inherit your original features. So, what should I do now? Everett asked, sounding desperate. What do you mean? What should you do? Just be a normal father. The DNA results confirmed that the child is definitely yours. With that, I hung up the phone and immediately blocked his number and email address. It's astonishing how narrow-minded he is, just because his child's appearance didn't match his expectations. A year later, a friend of mine, who has a child the same age as Everett's daughter, showed me a picture of her little one starting kindergarten. The child was adorable. Interestingly, Everett and Stella's daughter didn't resemble either of them after their surgeries. According to my friend, who had become close to Stella, even Stella had expected her child to look more like Everett post-surgery. My friend mentioned that she often had to listen to Stella complain, saying things like, I shouldn't have given birth to such a child. It's hard to believe how awful they both are. On top of that, it seems Everett has already cheated again, and now Stella is even seeking divorce advice from my friend. Everett is such a fool. If they do end up getting divorced, he'll be stuck paying alimony and child support. And considering Stella's wealthy background, who knows how much she could demand if she gets a good lawyer. What's worse is that, according to my friend, even the local kids know about Stella's plastic surgery, and they've started excluding her daughter at kindergarten, telling her, your mom is actually ugly. It's a small comfort that Stella's parents seem to love their granddaughter, but it's truly sad for the child. Still, it's none of my business anymore. As for me, I managed to rent an apartment in a location that's convenient for commuting. With the shorter distance, I can now clean and do laundry after work, leaving my days off completely free to enjoy my own interests. I've also rekindled a friendship with a divorced classmate I reconnected with at the reunion, and I'm enjoying a leisurely and fulfilling life.
The email from the scholarship committee sat unopened in my inbox for 3 days. I knew what they needed. Just a simple verification of my existing college fund. The same fund my grandmother had set up for me when I was born, the one that was supposed to make my dreams possible. The same fund that, as of last Tuesday, didn't exist anymore. My name is Sophia, and I'm watching my future disappear in real time. Mom, I called out, walking into our kitchen where she was arranging flower samples. Can we talk about the college fund? She barely glanced up from the lavender sprigs. Honey, we've been through this. The wedding is in 2 months and these arrangements aren't going to pay for themselves. But that money was for my education, I said, my voice cracking. Grandma Ella specifically. Oh, don't start with that again. Mom cut me off, finally looking at me. Your sister's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. College will always be there. Take out loans like everyone else. The front door opened and Harmony breezed in, shopping bags dangling from both arms. Mom! You won't believe what I found for the bridesmaids' gifts. I watched as Mum's entire demeanour changed, her face lighting up as she rushed to inspect Harmony's latest purchases. I might as well have been invisible. Show me everything, Mum squealed, helping Harmony spread her treasures across the kitchen counter, right on top of my scholarship paperwork. Hey, I was working on that, I protested weakly. Oh, sorry, Harmony chirped, not sorry at all. But look at these personalised silk robes, aren't they divine? I grabbed my papers and retreated to my room, but not before hearing Mom gush, 300 each! That's a steal for this quality. That night, I confronted Dad in his study. "Did you even think about asking me before emptying my college fund?" He looked up from his laptop, sighing like I was being unreasonable. "Sophia, you're smart. You'll get scholarships. Your sister needs this wedding to be perfect. You know how important the Youngs are." "And what about what I need?" I asked, fighting back tears. "What you need is to stop being selfish," he replied firmly. "This is about family." I laughed bitterly. "Family? Was it about family when Grandma Ella made you promise to protect that money for my education?" "Your grandmother," he paused, something flickering across his face. "She didn't understand the real world. Sometimes priorities change." I retreated to my bedroom, pulling out the last birthday card Grandma Ella had given me before she passed. Inside, she'd written, "Remember, my clever girl, I've made sure you're taken care of, just in case." Those last 3 words echoed in my head as I stared at her neat handwriting. Just in case. Just in case of what? What had she seen coming? My phone buzzed. Another text from Harmony about dress fittings. I ignored it, instead pulling up my contacts and scrolling until I found the number I needed. My hands shook as I pressed dial. "Hope Ferguson's office," a crisp voice answered. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is Sophia Bowen. My grandmother was Ella Ferguson." A pause. "Yes, of course. How can I help you?" "I think something's really wrong here," I said, the words tumbling out. "My parents just emptied my college fund, the one Grandma set up. They're using it for my sister's wedding. But I remember Grandma saying she'd protected it somehow, that she'd made sure—" "Stop right there," Hope interrupted, her tone suddenly sharp. "Don't say anything else over the phone. Can you come to my office tomorrow at 9 a.m? "Yes, but bring any documentation you have about the fund. And, Sophia," she paused, "don't tell your parents you're coming to see me." After I hung up, I could hear Harmony's laughter floating up from downstairs, followed by Mom's excited chatter about table settings. I thought about Grandma Ella's knowing smile the last time I saw her, how she'd squeezed my hand and said, "Sometimes justice takes patience, my dear." I didn't understand what she meant then, but I was starting to. The fluorescent lights at Miller's Books buzzed overhead as I restocked the self-help section, my eyes burning from lack of sleep. 3 job applications and 2 scholarship essays had kept me up until 4 a.m, and my hands shook as I arranged the spines. "You're putting those on the wrong shelf," Brian said quietly behind me. I jumped, nearly dropping Living Your Best Life on my foot. "Sorry," I mumbled, blinking at the titles. He was right. I'd been putting relationship advice books in the career section. "When's the last time you ate something?" He leaned against the shelf, concerned. "You look like you're about to pass out." Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. "Need you home by 6. Harmony's florist changed the quote, emergency family meeting." I showed Brian the message and he whistled. "Another wedding crisis? The florist wants to charge extra for imported peonies," I said, my voice hollow. "Apparently, local flowers aren't good enough for the Youngs." "How much extra?" "5,000. I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "That's a semester's worth of textbooks right there." Brian touched my shoulder gently. "Take your break. I'll cover for you." In the break room, I pulled out my laptop and opened another scholarship application. The words blurred together as I tried to explain why I deserved financial aid, why I was worth investing in, when my own family hadn't thought so. My phone rang. Hope Ferguson's number flashing on the screen. I answered immediately. "I've reviewed everything," she said without preamble. "Can you come in tomorrow morning?" "I work until—" "This is important, Sophia. Your grandmother made sure you weren't forgotten." Something in her tone made my heart skip. "What do you mean?" "Not over the phone. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp." She paused. "And bring a notebook." I made it home by 6:05, but the family meeting was already in full swing. "It's not just the peonies," Harmony was saying, waving her hands dramatically. "Dante's mother says the table settings look cheap. We need to upgrade everything. Dad rubbed his temples. How much? Only 12,000 more? Harmony's voice went sweet, the way it always did when she wanted something. Daddy, please. The Youngs are expecting... The Youngs this, the Youngs that, I snapped, surprising everyone, including myself. Maybe they should pay for their precious table settings. The room went silent. Mum's face darkened. Sophia, if you can't be supportive... Supportive? I stood up, my chair scraping back. You took my entire future and turned it into centerpieces, and I'm supposed to be supportive? Don't be dramatic, Harmony rolled her eyes. It's just college. You can still go to community college or something. I stared at her, at this person who was supposed to be my sister, and felt something inside me break. I got into Princeton. What? Mom's head snapped up. I got in. Full academic acceptance. I pulled the crumpled letter from my bag. But I can't go because I can't afford it, because my college fund is paying for your imported flowers and crystal glasses. Harmony at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. Dad cleared his throat. We'll figure something out. Maybe we can access some of your grandmother's retirement accounts. Figure something out, I laughed. Like you figured out how to empty an account that wasn't yours to take? That's enough! Mum slammed her hand on the table. Go to your room if you're going to be difficult. I turned to leave, then stopped. You know what Grandma Ella told me once? She said sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who can't see past their own reflection. As I walked upstairs, I heard Hope's voice in my head from our brief call. Your grandmother made sure you weren't forgotten. The next morning I sat in Hope's office, clutching my notebook as she read from a legal document. The clause is very clear, she said, looking up at me. Your parents' access to Ella's accounts is contingent on intact preservation of Sophia's trust. My heart stopped. What does that mean? Hope smiled, and for a moment she looked just like Grandma Ella. It means, my dear, that your grandmother saw this coming, and she made sure there would be consequences. I watched from my bedroom window as Dad paced the driveway, phone pressed to his ear. His face grew redder with each passing minute. What do you mean, denied? He shouted into the phone. I'm her son-in-law. Those accounts have my name on them. Inside, Mom was having her own meltdown in the kitchen. But the honeymoon deposit is due tomorrow, she was saying to someone. The Maldives package isn't refundable. I should have felt guilty. Instead, I felt oddly calm as I typed out an email to Hope. They're trying to access the accounts now. What happens next? Her response came quickly. Exactly what your grandmother planned. Would you like to see the paperwork? An hour later, I sat in Hope's office again, watching her lay out documents across her desk. Your grandmother was incredibly thorough, she explained, pointing to highlighted sections. The moment they touched your college fund, they triggered the clause. They can't access a penny of the retirement accounts until they restore your education trust. But they've already spent it, I said. Hope's smile was sharp. Exactly. Dante's family is expecting a certain standard, Mom had said last week when I questioned the cost of the honeymoon. We can always recover the money from your grandmother's accounts. Except they couldn't. My phone buzzed, a text from Brian. You okay? You seemed off at work yesterday. Before I could respond, Hope slid another document across the desk. Your grandmother left this for you, a letter to be opened when the clause was triggered. The envelope was heavy, cream-coloured. Grandma Ella's handwriting flowed across the page. My dearest Sophia, if you're reading this, they've done exactly what I feared they would. Your sister's shadow has always been long, but I've made sure it won't eclipse your future entirely. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is let people face the consequences of their actions. Don't let them guilt you into fixing this. You're not responsible for their choices. All my love, Grandma Ella. I folded the letter carefully as Hope continued. They'll try to pressure you into signing a waiver. Don't. Everything is legally binding. How much? I asked. In the retirement accounts. $40,000. Hope's eyes met mine. plus accumulated interest. The front door was open when I got home, voices spilling out onto the porch. Harmony's new fiancé, Dante, was gesturing angrily. "My mother's already told everyone about the Maldives," he was saying. "We can't just cancel. Do you know how embarrassing that would be?" "We'll figure it out," Mom promised, her voice tight. "There's just a small issue with accessing some funds." "Small issue?" Dad interrupted. "The bank won't even talk to us anymore. They keep referring us to that damn lawyer." I tried to slip past them, but Mom's head snapped toward me. Her makeup was smeared, eyes wild. "Tell me what you did," she whispered. "I didn't do anything," I said truthfully. "Grandma Ella did." "What's that supposed to mean?" Dante demanded. But Mom's face had gone pale. "The clause," she breathed. "That's what Ella meant at Christmas, wasn't it, when she said she'd made arrangements?" "What clause?" Harmony appeared in the doorway, still in her wedding planning clothes. "What's going on?" "Your sister," Mom's voice was shaking, "somehow got her grandmother to lock us out of our retirement savings." "I didn't get her to do anything," I corrected. "You did that yourself when you stole my college fund." "Borrowed," Dad shouted. "We borrowed it. Without asking, without permission, for a wedding that costs more than 4 years of tuition." My voice was steady now. Actions have consequences. "Fix this." Harmony stepped toward me, her perfect features twisted. "Fix it right now." "I can't," I said, "and I wouldn't if I could." "You selfish little—" Mom started forward, but Dad caught her arm. "We'll talk to Hope again," he said. "There has to be a way around this." I walked past them, up the stairs, their voices following me. "The Youngs will never understand. We can't cancel the honeymoon. How could she do this to us?" In my room, I pulled out my phone and finally replied to Brian, "No, I'm not okay. But I think I will be." Then I opened my laptop and started another scholarship application. Below me I could hear Mom crying, Dad arguing, Harmony demanding. But for the first time in years their drama felt distant, like a storm I was watching from somewhere safe and dry. My phone lit up with a text from Hope. "Your grandmother would be proud." I thought about the letter, about consequences and choices, about shadows that had grown too long, and I smiled. The church bells chimed as guests filed in, all designer dresses and air kisses. I sat in the back row, smoothing my simple blue dress, the only one I owned that was appropriate, according to Mom's standards. "The Youngs are here!" Someone whispered excitedly, and heads turned as Dante's family made their entrance, dripping in jewellery and superiority. A hand touched my shoulder. Brian slid into the seat beside me, looking uncomfortable in his borrowed suit. "You didn't have to come alone," he said quietly. "I didn't want to explain why I'm sitting in the back of my own sister's wedding," I replied. The music started and Harmony appeared in the doorway. She was radiant in her custom gown, floating down the aisle like she'd been born for this moment. Mom was crying in the front row, Dad beaming proudly beside her. "And now," the minister said, "we'll hear a few words from the family." I watched as various relatives stood to give their speeches. Mom's voice shook with emotion as she talked about her beautiful firstborn. Dad cleared his throat repeatedly during his toast about his little princess. No one asked me to speak. "Would you like to say something?" Brian whispered. I shook my head. "What could I say? Congratulations on the wedding that cost me my future. Best wishes on your marriage funded by theft." The reception was in full swing when Dad's phone rang. He stepped away from the head table, his face darkening as he listened. Even across the room I could see his hands shaking as he ended the call. "Turner," Mum touched his arm. "What's wrong?" "The bank," he said hoarsely. "They've denied our appeal. The retirement accounts are still frozen." Mum's perfectly made-up face crumpled. "But the catering bill—" "Not here," Dad hissed, glancing at the nearby tables. "Later." But their whispered argument carried across the dance floor. "We're maxed out on every card. The house payment is due next week." "What about the loan?" "Already denied." I sipped my water, watching Harmony and Dante twirl on the dance floor, oblivious to the financial hurricane brewing around them. "You could tell her?" Brian suggested. "Tell her what? That while she's dancing at her dream wedding, our parents are facing bankruptcy? That her perfect day came at the cost of my education and their retirement?" I set down my glass. She wouldn't believe me anyway. Later that night, as the party wound down, Mum cornered me by the bathrooms. Her eyes were glassy, either from champagne or tears. "This is all your fault," she slurred. "Your grandmother poisoned you against us." "No," I stepped back. "You did that all on your own. We gave you everything." "You gave Harmony everything," I corrected. "You gave me whatever was left over." "That's not true," but her voice wavered. "Really? Name one thing that was just for me, one time you chose me first." She opened her mouth, then closed it. "Exactly." I turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Home. My shift starts at 8 tomorrow." "It's your sister's wedding." "And I've been here," I said. "In the back, invisible, just like always." I found Brian waiting by his car. "Ready?" "Almost." I looked back at the venue, at the twinkling lights and flowing champagne, at the dream wedding that had become my nightmare. "You know what's funny? They keep saying Grandma turned me against them, but she didn't. She just gave me the power to stop letting them hurt me." "Are you okay?" Brian asked as we pulled away. I thought about the scholarship applications waiting on my desk, about the part-time job I'd picked up at the library, about the future I was rebuilding piece by piece. "I will be." My phone buzzed. A text from Harmony. "Where did you go? Mum's crying in the bathroom." I turned off my phone. When we got home, the house was dark and quiet. I kicked off my shoes and headed upstairs, but stopped at the sight of something on my bed. It was my baby album, the one Mom kept in her closet. A note was stuck to the cover. "Your grandmother poisoned us against you." I opened it. Every photo had been removed except one. Me at my high school graduation, standing alone while in the background, my family clustered around Harmony. The message was clear. This was war. But as I tucked the album away, I realized something. They thought Grandma Ella had given me a weapon. But what she'd really given me was armor, protection against the guilt and manipulation that had controlled me for so long, and I was finally ready to use it. The sounds of another argument echoed through the house as I tried to focus on my laptop screen. 3 weeks after the wedding, and things were unravelling fast. "What do you mean you can't pay the credit card?" Mum's voice carried up the stairs. "We have to pay something." "With what money, Rachel?" Dad shouted back. "The accounts are frozen, the cards are maxed, and your daughter and her husband are living in our guest room, eating us out of house and home." I clicked submit on my application for the library leadership grant Brian had told me about. The position came with tuition assistance and flexible hours, exactly what I needed. My door burst open. Mum stood there, mascara streaked down her face. "You have to help us." "No, we're your parents." "Parents don't steal from their children," I said, closing my laptop. "We didn't steal," she started, but was interrupted by Harmony's voice from downstairs. "Mum, Dante's parents are coming for dinner tomorrow. We need to get groceries." Mum's face crumpled. "We can't afford—" "But they're expecting us to host." Harmony appeared behind Mom, still in her silk pyjamas at 2 p.m. "Daddy, can't you just call Hope again?" "I tried." Dad emerged from his study, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "She says the clause is ironclad. Unless we can restore Sophia's college fund." "Then make her sign something," Harmony pointed at me. "Make her fix this." "I can't fix your problems," I said, standing up, "and I won't try." My phone buzzed. An email from the library. I opened it, my heart racing. "What's that?" Mom asked, trying to peek at my screen. "I got the grant," I said, my voice steady. "Full tuition coverage for my degree, plus a paid position at the university library." The silence was deafening. "Congratulations," Dad finally said, but his tone was hollow. Harmony snorted. Great! While we're drowning in debt, you're getting free money. It's not free, I snapped. I worked for this. I earned it. While you were planning your perfect wedding, I was writing applications and working double shifts. Girls, Mum started, but was cut off by the doorbell. Dad went downstairs to answer it. A moment later, his voice carried up, Hope, what are you doing here? I hurried downstairs to find Hope standing in our foyer, elegant as always in her charcoal suit. I came to deliver this in person, she held out an envelope to Dad. The final ruling from the bank's legal department. Dad's hands shook as he read the letter. This is impossible. The terms are quite clear, Hope said. The misuse of Sophia's educational trust has permanently restricted access to Ella's retirement accounts. There is no appeal process. But that's our money, Mom cried. No, Hope's voice was steel. It was Ella's money, left with specific conditions you violated. We're her parents, Dad tried again. We had the right... You had an obligation, Hope corrected, to protect your daughter's future. You chose not to honour that obligation. These are the consequences. Harmony started crying. But what about us? What about our bills? Hope's expression didn't change. I suggest you look into financial counselling. Good day. After she left, the house felt like a tomb. Dad disappeared into his study. Mum sat at the kitchen table, staring at nothing. Harmony retreated to the guest room, slamming the door. My phone buzzed again. A text from Brian. Got the grant? Yes, I typed back. And something else too. Freedom. That evening, as I was leaving for my shift at the bookstore, I overheard Dante on the phone in the garden. Mother, please. Yes, I know the wedding was expensive. No, we can't move in with you instead, because it would look bad. Inside, Mom was trying to calculate bills on the back of an envelope, her handwriting getting messier as the numbers got bigger. Sophia, she called out as I reached for the door. Please, we're still your family. I thought about the empty photo album, about years of being second best, about the casual cruelty of taking my future to fund Harmony's perfect day. No, I said quietly. You're just the people who raised me. Family would have protected me. As I walked to my car, I could see Dad through his study window, on the phone again, probably trying another bank. Harmony was on the front steps, scrolling through her honeymoon photos, still living in her bubble of privilege. My phone lit up with an email. Congratulations on your acceptance to the Advanced Library Sciences program. I started my car, leaving them all behind with their choices and consequences. In my rear-view mirror, the house looked smaller somehow, less intimidating, just like their power over me. Just sign the paper, Sophia. Dad slid the document across the kitchen table. One signature, and this all goes away. I glanced at the waiver without touching it. No. Be reasonable, he pleaded. Your mother can barely sleep. The bank is threatening foreclosure. We could lose everything. Like I lost my college fund. He slammed his hand on the table. Enough! You're being childish. No, I'm being consistent. I stood up. You made your choice. Now you get to live with it. Mum appeared in the doorway, clutching her coffee mug like a lifeline. Please, sweetie, we're desperate. I remember being desperate too, I said. When I begged you not to take my money, when I showed you my acceptance letter, when I tried to explain what Princeton meant to me, did you listen then? The front door opened and Harmony stormed in. The country club cancelled our membership. Do you know how humiliating that was? Dante's mother was there. We can't afford the dues anymore, Dad muttered. This is all your fault. Harmony whirled on me. Just sign the stupid waiver. Or what? I asked. You'll take something else from me? Her face twisted. Grandma Ella would be ashamed of you. The laugh that escaped me was bitter. Really? Because she's the one who set this up. She saw exactly who you all were and made sure you couldn't hurt me forever. We never hurt you, Mom cried. Tell me something, I said, pulling out my phone. Remember this email? The one where I told you I got into Princeton? Want to know what you replied? I read aloud. That's nice, honey, but we need you to help with Harmony's wedding favours this weekend. Mom paled. I was busy. You were always busy. When it came to me, I turned to Harmony. And you, when I told you about Princeton, you said, and I quote, ugh, why would you want to go so far away? You're just trying to make everything about you again. I didn't mean, yes, you did. I picked up the waiver and ripped it in half. You all meant everything you did. Every time you chose her over me, every time you dismissed my dreams, every time you took what was mine and gave it to her. Grandma's money was meant for all of us, Dad protested. Really? Let's call Hope then. Let's ask her exactly what Grandma meant. His silence was telling. Harmony stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. What do you want? An apology? Fine, I'm sorry. Now fix this. An apology? I stared at her. You think sorry makes up for 18 years of being treated like I didn't matter? For watching my future get spent on your designer wedding dress? You always make life harder for everyone, she hissed, and then her hand shot out, slapping me across the face. The room froze. My cheeks stung, but I didn't flinch. Thank you, I said quietly. For what? She spat. For proving Grandma right. I touched my cheek. She told me once that people show you who they really are when they can't control you anymore. Mum started crying. Dad looked away. Harmony stood there, her hand still raised as if shocked by her own action. I'm leaving, I announced. I have work and then a meeting about my grant, you know, the one none of you congratulated me for. Sophia, please, Mum reached for me. We're still your parents. No, I said, stepping back. You're just people who had kids and loved one more than the other. That's not parenting. That's favoritism. I grabbed my keys and bag. Behind me, I could hear Harmony starting to cry, Mom trying to comfort her, of course, and Dad making another frustrated phone call. Grandma Ella's voice echoed in my memory. Don't let them rush you into playing small. My phone buzzed. A text from Brian. Still on for coffee after your shift? Yes, I typed back. I need to tell you about what just happened. Everything okay? I touched my cheek again, feeling not pain but clarity. Better than okay. I'm finally free. As I drove away, I could see them all in the window. Mom holding Harmony, Dad pacing, their perfect family picture cracking under the weight of consequences. They'd tried to make me feel guilty for letting them face the results of their choices. They'd tried to manipulate me into fixing their mistakes. They'd even tried violence. But Grandma Ella had given me more than just legal protection. She'd given me the strength to stand firm, to let karma do its work, to watch them reap what they'd sown. And I wasn't going to waste that gift. Did you hear about Turner and Rachel? I overheard Aunt Linda whisper at the family reunion. They're selling the house, moving into a rental. And Harmony, Uncle Pete leaned in. Living with Dante's parents now, the marriage is already rocky. I kept arranging cookies on the buffet table, pretending not to hear. 3 months had passed since the slap, since I'd walked away from their manipulation. Sophia, Aunt Linda noticed me. We were just... How are you, dear? Great, actually, I smiled. The library program is going well. I start graduate courses next month. On scholarship, Uncle Pete added pointedly. Unlike some people, you earned your way. The family had split into camps, those who admired my stand against injustice and those who thought I'd destroyed the family. The divide grew deeper when Dad's desperate lawsuit against Hope failed spectacularly. My phone buzzed, a text from Brian. Court documents just got posted online. Want me to send them? No need, I replied. I'm done keeping score. Aunt Linda touched my arm. Your grandmother would be so proud. She ruined us. Mum's voice cut through the chatter. She stood in the doorway, swaying slightly. The drinking had started after they lost the house. My own mother chose her over all of us. Rachel, Uncle Pete warned, this isn't the time. When is the time? She stumbled forward. My daughter won't even speak to me. My husband's depression is getting worse. Harmony's marriage is falling apart. And she pointed at me, just watches it all burn. You set the fire, I said quietly. I just refused to put it out. The room went silent. I have something to say, I continued, setting down the cookie platter. I wrote it all down, actually. Sent it to Harmony this morning. I pulled out my phone and read, Dear Harmony, you got the fairy tale. The perfect wedding, the designer dress, the exotic honeymoon. You got everything you wanted, including my future. But here's what you didn't get. Peace, respect, self-sufficiency. You never learned to stand on your own because they were always holding you up. Now they can't anymore, and you're falling. I'm not writing to gloat. I'm writing because you should know. This isn't revenge. This is consequences. This is what happens when you build your happiness on someone else's pain. You got the fairy tale. I got the truth. Sophia. Mom lunged for my phone, but Uncle Pete caught her arm. Rachel, enough! How dare you? She hissed. After everything we did for you. Everything you did for me, I laughed. Let's list it. You took my college fund. You dismissed my achievements. You enabled Harmony's entitlement. You chose her happiness over my future. Every single time. We loved you. No, you loved having someone to sacrifice. My phone buzzed again, a voicemail notification from Harmony. I played it on speaker. Sophia, I didn't know how to love you back then. I don't think I knew how to love anyone but myself. I'm sorry, not because I need something from you now, but because I finally understand what I took from you, what we all took from you. I ended the playback. Mum had crumpled into a chair sobbing. Aunt Linda was comforting her while Uncle Pete looked on with disapproval. I have to go, I announced. I have a study group meeting. Sophia, Mum called out weakly. Please, I forgive you, I said, surprising everyone, including myself. Not because you deserve it, but because I don't want to carry this anger anymore. But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean fixing your mistakes. It just means I'm free. Outside, Brian was waiting in his car. How'd it go? Exactly as expected. I buckled my seatbelt. They're still waiting for me to cave to fix everything. And will you? I thought about Harmony's voicemail, about Mom's tears, about Dad's depression, about the consequences finally catching up to them all. No, I said firmly. Some lessons have to be learned the hard way. As we drove away, I could see Mom watching from the window, still crying. My phone showed 3 missed calls from Harmony and a text from Dad. We should have protected you. I'm sorry we failed. Too little, too late. But as we turned the corner, I felt lighter somehow. Their drama wasn't my responsibility anymore. Their problems weren't mine to solve. I had my own story to write now, and it didn't include being anyone's sacrifice. The last box of Grandma Ella's books sat on my new apartment floor, waiting to be unpacked. Each one held a memory, her reading to me, teaching me to think critically, showing me how to stand up for myself. My phone lit up with Mom's weekly text. Thinking of you, hope you're well. Brief, careful, restrained, so different from her previous emotional manipulations. I left it unanswered like all the others. Need help with that? Brian asked, carrying in another box. Just this last one. I pulled out Grandma's favourite novel, a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice. A sealed envelope fell from between its pages. What's that? My hands trembled as I recognised Grandma Ella's handwriting. For Sophia. When it's over. Inside was a letter I'd never seen before. My dearest Sophia, if you're reading this, you've finally broken free. I've watched them dim your light for years, always choosing Harmony's sparkle over your steady glow. It broke my heart, But I knew you needed to find your own strength. The clause wasn't just about money. It was about consequences, yes, but more importantly, it was about choice, your choice, to stop being their sacrifice, to start being your own hero. You were always my favourite chapter. Love, Grandma Ella. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Harmony standing there, looking nothing like the princess bride of 6 months ago. Her designer clothes were gone, replaced by simple jeans and a sweater. "Don't open it," Brian warned. But I did. "Hi," she said softly. "Nice place. What do you want, Harmony?" "To talk. Really talk." She held up her hands. "No manipulation, no asking for help, just talk." I let her in. She looked around at the modest apartment, at the boxes of books, at the life I was building without them. "Dante left," she said suddenly. "Turns out he only wanted the fantasy, the perfect wife with the perfect life and perfect family money." "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "Don't be. I needed this." She picked up Grandma's letter, which I dropped on the coffee table. "Can I?" I nodded. As she read, tears filled her eyes. She was right about me, about all of us. She handed the letter back. "We didn't just take your money, did we? We took your childhood, your security, your trust." "Yes. I filed for divorce yesterday," she continued. "Got a job as a receptionist. Mum's furious, says it's beneath me. And what do you think? I think it's exactly what I deserve." She met my eyes. "I'm not asking for forgiveness or money or anything really. I needed you to know that you won." "This wasn't about winning," I said, touching Grandma's letter. "It was about surviving, about choosing myself for once." "Well, you did both." She stood up. "I should go. Mum doesn't know I'm here. She's not handling things well." "I know. Dad emails me their therapy bills sometimes, like that will make me cave." "But you won't, will you?" "No." She nodded. "Good, don't." She walked to the door, then turned back. "You know what's funny? All those years they said you were the weak one, but you're the strongest person I know." After she left, Brian helped me unpack the last box. Each book found its place on my new shelves, creating a wall of wisdom and memory. "You okay?" he asked, shelving the final volume. "Not better," I said, thinking about Harmony's visit, about Mom's careful texts, about Dad's desperate emails. Just seen. Finally seen. My phone buzzed. A message from Hope. "Your grandmother would be proud of how you've handled everything. Coffee next week?" I smiled, remembering Grandma Ella's words. "You were always my favourite chapter." "Revenge didn't heal me," I said to Brian, who was watching me carefully. "But it did make sure they felt what I did, forgotten. And somehow that was enough." He took my hand. "Ready to write your own story now?" I looked around my new apartment, at the life I was building from the ashes of their betrayal, at the strength I'd found in standing firm, at the peace I'd discovered in letting go. "Yes," I said, squeezing his hand. "And this time, I'm the author." I placed Grandma's letter in her favourite book, but I didn't need to read it again. Its message was already written in my heart, in my choices, in my refusal to be anyone's sacrifice ever again. Some people call it revenge, others call it karma. I call it justice, and it tastes like freedom.
The call came at 8:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, just as I was finalising the paperwork for my dream condo. Mum's ringtone shattered my concentration, and that familiar knot formed in my stomach. I should have let it go to voicemail. I'm Maeve, and that call changed everything. "Baby, we need you," Mum's voice cracked through tears. "The house, there's water everywhere, the roof just... and your father can't... Please, sweetheart." I pressed my fingers against my temples. "Mum, slow down. What happened?" "The whole structure is compromised. If we don't fix it now, we could lose everything." The contractor says it's critical. Her sobs grew louder. We need $89,000 by tomorrow morning, or they'll have to condemn the house. My heart stopped. That number wasn't random. It was exactly what I'd saved for my down payment, down to the last dollar. How did she know? Mum, that's all my savings. Your sister can't help. You know she's still building her career. Mum's voice hardened slightly. You're the responsible one, Maeve. You're the only one who can save this family. I glanced at the condo contract on my laptop screen. 2 years of overtime, brown bag lunches, and saying no to every vacation. All for my own place, finally. Can't you get a loan? I asked, already knowing the answer. The bank refused us. Please, baby, we raised you in this house. All your childhood memories. My phone buzzed with a text from Zariah. Mum's crying her eyes out. Don't be selfish. I closed my eyes, remembering the Christmas mornings, birthday parties, family dinners. Even the spot where Dad taught me to ride a bike was marked by a small dent in the wall. The contractor needs an answer now, Mum pressed. He's here with us. I heard a male voice in the background saying something about structural integrity. Okay, I whispered, hating myself already. I'll transfer the money, but Mum, I need documentation for everything. This is my entire savings. Of course, darling, you're saving us. I'll have everything sent to you tomorrow. Her voice brightened instantly. I'm texting you the account details now. After the transfer, I sat staring at my decimated bank balance. My phone pinged with a string of heart emojis from Mum, followed by a brief THX sis from Zariah. The next morning, I drove past my parents' house on my way to work. No contractors, no emergency vehicles, no visible damage. Just Dad's car in the driveway and Mum's prized roses swaying in the spring breeze. Probably working on the inside, I told myself, squashing down the doubt. At the office, my co-worker Chandler noticed my distraction. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Just family stuff, I said, trying to smile. Had to help with some emergency repairs. That's rough. How much did they need? Everything I had. His eyebrows shot up, but before he could respond, my phone buzzed. A DM from Summer, Zariah's best friend. OMG, girl, your sister is living her best life. So jealous. Attached was a link to Zariah's latest Instagram post. My finger hovered over it, that knot in my stomach turning to ice. One click, and there she was. My baby sister, lounging on a yacht in Capri. Designer sunglasses, champagne in hand, Italian coastline sparkling behind her. The caption read, Blessed Saga family, investor, trip, thanks to those who believe in dreams. The post was time-stamped 3 hours ago. The same sister who couldn't help with the emergency house repairs was somehow living it up in Italy. The same sister who texted me about Mum crying was now sipping champagne in the Mediterranean. My hands started shaking as I scrolled through her feed. There it was, a first-class ticket to Rome, posted yesterday, the day before I made the transfer. The office suddenly felt too small, too hot. Chandler's voice seemed far away. Maeve? You've gone white as a sheet. My phone buzzed again, Mom calling, probably to check if I'd seen the post, to spin some new story, to guilt me into silence. This time I let it go to voicemail, because now I knew. There was no water damage, no contractor, no emergency, just a carefully orchestrated plan to fund my sister's European adventure with my life savings. And as I sat there, watching the likes pile up on Zariah's post, something inside me changed. The good daughter, the responsible one, the family saviour. She died in that moment. In her place rose someone else. Someone who was done being the family ATM. Someone who was ready for war. I spent the next 3 hours scrolling through Zariah's Instagram feed, each post hitting me like a physical blow. Paris, Dubai, designer shopping sprees, all perfectly timed after my emergency transfer. Look at this, I thrust my phone at Chandler. Private jet to Dubai, posted 6 hours after I gave them the money. First class lounge in Paris the next day. Gucci shopping spree in Milan. He whistled low. That's not just a vacation, that's a luxury world tour. $89,000. My voice cracked. My entire future. Call them, Chandler said firmly, also right now. Speaker phone. I dialed Mum's number, hands trembling with rage. She answered on the first ring. Darling, I was just thinking about you. Cut the act, Mum. I saw Zariah's Instagram. A pause. Then, in that practiced, concerned mother voice. Oh, sweetie, don't be dramatic. Everything's under control. Under control? I nearly screamed. You told me the house was falling apart. You said you needed emergency repairs. Well, yes, but we had to make some investment decisions. Investment decisions? You mean funding Zariah's influencer fantasy? Another pause. Your sister has a vision for her future. Sometimes opportunities require quick action. You stole my savings. Borrowed, darling. We borrowed. Family helps family. I looked at Chandler, who was frantically typing on his phone. He turned his screen toward me. He'd pulled up my text history with Mum, highlighting her messages about the emergency repairs and contractor requirements. Put Dad on the phone, I demanded. He's not available right now. Because he's covering for you? Or because he's too ashamed to face what you've done? Maeve Hopkins! Mum's voice turned sharp. I will not be spoken to this way by my own daughter. When you've calmed down... I hung up. My phone immediately lit up with texts from Zariah. OMG, stop being so extra. Just jealous? Stuck in that boring office job? Mum and Dad believe in my dreams unlike you. I blocked her number. We need to go to your bank, Chandler said, grabbing his car keys. Now. At the bank, a sympathetic manager named Tracy pulled up my transaction history. The transfer was marked as a gift, she said, showing me the screen. Not a loan. There's no repayment structure in place. They knew exactly what they were doing, Chandler muttered. But there must be something, I pleaded. They lied about the reason. They claimed it was for emergency repairs. Tracy leaned forward. Do you have any documentation of their claims? Text messages? Emails? Everything, I said, pulling out my phone. Every lie about the contractor, the structural damage, the urgency. Miss Hopkins, Tracy said carefully, what you're describing could constitute fraud by false pretense, especially with documented evidence of the funds being used for unauthorized purposes. My phone buzzed. A text from Summer. Hey girl, Z says you're being weird about her trips. But didn't you know about the family investment plan? She's been planning this influencer tour for months. Months. They'd been planning this for months. I showed the message to Chandler, who was already pulling up something on his phone. Look at this, he said, pointing to a clause in my text conversation with Mom. The contractor requires immediate payment for emergency structural repairs to prevent house condemnation. That's not just a lie, he said. That's textbook fraud. They created a false emergency to obtain money under false pretenses. I can refer you to some legal specialists, Tracy offered, sliding over a business card. This kind of case? It happens more often than you'd think. I stared at the card, thinking of all the family photos on our walls, the Sunday dinners, the birthday celebrations, all those memories now tainted by this betrayal. My phone lit up again. Dad this time. His first message in hours. Your mother is very upset. You need to apologize. That was the final straw. Chandler, I said, my voice steady for the first time all day. Remember Jolie from college? The one who became a lawyer? He nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face. The one who specializes in financial fraud cases. Call her. Tell her it's urgent. I stood up, gathering my documentation. Tell her I'm ready to sue my entire family. Tracy touched my arm gently. Are you sure? Family lawsuits can get ugly. I looked at Zariah's latest Instagram story, a video of her toasting with champagne in a private jet, Mum's voice audible in the background laughing about family investments. They stopped being family, I said, the moment they decided to steal my future. Chandler was already dialing Jolie's number. Hey, it's Chandler. Remember Maeve? She needs your help. And trust me, you're going to want to hear this story. Let me get this straight, Jolie said, spreading documents across her desk. They claimed emergency house repairs, but the money funded your sister's influencer tour instead. Every penny, I confirmed. She tapped her pen against a stack of printed Instagram posts. And they didn't think you'd notice your sister broadcasting the evidence to thousands of followers. They never thought I'd fight back. Jolie's office became our war room. Chandler brought in his laptop, creating a timeline that cross-referenced every transaction with Zariah's social media posts. Look at this, he said, pointing to his screen. $12,000 withdrawal the day before the emergency call. Same day, Zariah booked her first-class tickets. And here, Jolie added, your mother's text claiming the contractor needed immediate payment. But the bank records show they'd already transferred money to a luxury travel agency. My phone buzzed, a message from my cousin Norman. You need to see this. Don't tell anyone I showed you. The screenshot he sent made my blood run cold. It was a family group chat I wasn't part of, titled Family Investors. Mum. Got Maeve to transfer everything, told her the roof was falling in. Zariah. OMG, Mum, you're literally the best. Can't wait for Dubai. Mum. Just had to push the right buttons. She always falls for the crying act. Zariah. Sis is too soft. She'll never get it. Too busy being responsible. This is perfect, Jolie said, saving the screenshot. Direct evidence of premeditation and intent to deceive. There's more, Chandler called out. Summers, I should have been geotagging every location. The timeline matches perfectly with your parents' bank withdrawals. Jolie started typing rapidly. We're filing for fraudulent misrepresentation, damages, and asset reclamation. They used emotional manipulation to obtain funds under false pretenses, then misappropriated those funds for unauthorized purposes. In English? I asked. They scammed you, we can prove it, and we're going to take everything back. My phone rang. Mum again. I put it on speaker. Maeve, this has gone far enough, she said, her voice sickly sweet. We're family. Families share resources. Families don't lie and steal, I replied. Nobody stole anything. We're investing in your sister's future. Her social media presence could make us all rich. Jolie motioned for me to keep her talking. So there was never any roof damage? I asked. Well, no, but... And no contractor. We had to be creative. You mean you had to lie? Don't twist my words, Mom snapped. Everything we did was for this family's benefit. Your sister has a real chance at becoming an influencer. Do you know how much money she could make? Do you know how much money you stole? Borrowed. Mum's voice rose. And honestly, Maeve, you're being selfish. You always were the difficult one, the party pooper, the one who never supported your sister's dreams. Jolie was frantically taking notes, mouthing, keep going. So the family chat was right, I asked. I'm just too soft? Too easy to manipulate? Dead silence. How do you know about that chat? Doesn't matter. What matters is I have proof of everything, the planning, the lies, the real reason you needed my money. You're making a huge mistake, Mom hissed. If you do this, you'll regret it. No, Mom. The only thing I regret is trusting you. I hung up. Within minutes, my phone exploded with messages from family members. How could you do this to your own mother? You're tearing this family apart. Just let Zariah have her chance. Jolie finished typing and turned her screen toward me. Preliminary papers are ready. We'll file first thing tomorrow. Once approved, we can freeze their assets and start recovery proceedings. They'll fight back, I warned. Let them, she smiled. We have documented evidence, witness statements, and their own admissions. They never expected you to stand up to them, so they got sloppy. What's our next move? Chandler asked. We hit them where it hurts, Jolie said, reaching for her printer, starting with that BMW Zariah bought with Maeve's money. My phone buzzed one last time. Another message from Norman. They're planning to move money around tonight. Mom's talking about offshore accounts. Better move fast. I looked at Jolie. How fast can we file? She was already reaching for her coat. The judge owes me a favour. Give me an hour. As we left her office, I caught a glimpse of Zariah's latest Instagram story. Haters gonna hate can't dim my shine. Soon, little sister. Very soon. The bailiff's heavy knock echoed through my childhood home at exactly 9 a.m. I stood behind him, court papers clutched in my hand, heart pounding but spine straight. Mom opened the door in her designer robe, coffee cup in hand. Her smile froze when she saw me. What is this? Asset freeze and recovery order, the bailiff stated, handing her the documents. We're here to inventory and tag all items purchased with the disputed funds. Mum's coffee cup clattered to the floor. Maeve, what have you done? Exactly what you taught me, Mum. Being creative. Dad appeared in the hallway, face ashen. Denise, what's happening? Your daughter, Mum spat, is attacking her own family. The bailiff stepped past them, nodding to his assistant. We'll start with the vehicles. The BMW 7 Series is specifically listed in the court order. You can't take my car, Zariah's voice shrieked from the top of the stairs. She was wearing silk pajamas that probably cost more than a month's rent. Daddy, do something. Dad just stood there looking lost. Princess, Let them document everything, I said coldly. The car, the designer clothes, the first-class tickets, every single thing you bought with my money. I'm having a mental breakdown, Mum announced dramatically, pressing her hand to her forehead. My own daughter is trying to destroy us. We need to call Dr. Patterson. Save the performance, I cut in. The judge has already seen the evidence, including your little group chat about manipulating me. Zariah stomped down the stairs. It was just a joke. God, you're so pathetic. Can't stand seeing me succeed, can you? Succeed? I laughed. You mean stealing my savings to play celebrity on Instagram? Ma'am, the bailiff interrupted, we need the BMW keys. This is ridiculous, Mom snapped. Douglas, call our lawyer. Your lawyer can contact Ms. Fletcher, I said, using Jolie's formal name. She has all the documentation. The bailiff's assistant emerged from the garage, found the vehicle, also located several designer purchases with tags still attached, all matching the dates specified in the court order. Zariah burst into tears. Those are mine. You can't just take them. Actually, they're mine, I corrected. Bought with my money, under false pretenses, which makes this theft by deception. You're tearing this family apart, Dad finally exploded. Is this what you want? I met his eyes steadily. You did that the moment you chose to steal from me. The bailiff was methodically photographing items. The BMW, shopping bags full of designer clothes, new electronics. Each item got a numbered tag. This is just temporary, Mum said, but her voice wavered. Once we explained to the judge. Explain what? I interrupted. How you faked a house emergency? How you planned this for months? How you laughed about manipulating me in your group chat? Zariah lunged for her car keys, but the bailiff blocked her path. Ma'am, interfering with a court order is a criminal offence. Criminal. Mum went pale. No, this is a family matter. Not anymore, I said quietly. You made it legal when you committed fraud. The bailiff's assistant appeared with a stack of receipts found in Zariah's room. These match the transaction records provided to the court. Luxury purchases made within hours of receiving the transferred funds. Mum tried one last time. Sweetheart, please. We can work this out privately, as a family. Family? I gestured around the room. Look what you did to our family. All for what? Instagram likes? Designer bags? Was it worth it? Zariah slumped against the wall, mascara running. You've ruined everything. No, I replied. You did that yourself. Every posted photo, every bragging caption, every lie. The bailiff finished his inventory. All documented items are now under court order. Nothing is to be sold, transferred, or removed from the premises until further notice. As we turned to leave, Dad grabbed my arm. You'll regret this. Family is forever. I pulled away. No, Dad, family is a choice, and you all made yours. Walking down the driveway, I heard Mum's wails and Zariah's sobs. The sound should have hurt, should have made me feel guilty. Instead, I felt lighter with each step. Then my phone buzzed. A message from Jolie. Found something interesting. Your mum moved 20K into an offshore account yesterday, under Chandler's name. She's playing dirtier than we thought. I looked back at the house one last time. Through the window, I could see Mum already on the phone, probably calling in favours, trying to spin this her way. She didn't realise yet. This was just the beginning. The bailiff nodded as he got into his car. Good luck, miss. Family cases are never easy. No, I agreed, watching Zariah's precious BMW being tagged for repossession. But neither is stealing from your daughter. I got into my car, ignoring the stream of texts lighting up my phone. They thought they could manipulate me forever, use me as their personal bank. Time to show them just how wrong they were. Found it, Chandler announced, spreading printouts across my kitchen table. Your parents started planning this back in January. Look at these Google Calendar entries. I leaned in to read. Z's influencer launch. Budget meeting, dated 3 months before they asked for my money. There's more, he continued. Fake contractor letterhead, forged inspection reports, even staged photos of water damage they never used. My hand shook as I sifted through the evidence. How did you get all this? Norman helped. He's been backing up their shared drive for years, when he saw what they did to you. Chandler shrugged. Let's just say he had a crisis of conscience. A memory hit me suddenly. My 10th birthday. Wait here, I told Chandler, rushing to my closet. I returned with an old shoebox full of birthday cards. Look at this, I said, pulling out a card from Grandma Rose. She always sent me $100 for my birthday, but every year the money disappeared before I could spend it. Chandler frowned. You think? Mum always said I must have lost it, but now... I pulled up my phone, scrolling through old family photos. Here, every summer after my birthday, Zariah mysteriously had money for dance camp. My phone buzzed. A video call from Jolie. You need to see this, she said without preamble. We subpoenaed their bank records. Your mum's been running this game for years. She shared her screen, showing transaction after transaction. She'd guilt you into lending money, then funnel it to Zariah. College textbooks that never existed. Car repairs that never happened. Even that emergency dental work last year. Let me guess. Zariah's lip fillers? Bingo. A knock at my door made us all jump. Through the peephole, I saw Mum standing there, tears streaming down her face. Don't answer it, Chandler warned. Please, Maeve, Mum called through the door. I just want to talk. I hit record on my phone before opening the door. How dare you, Mum hissed, mask dropping instantly. You want to destroy your own family over money? You mean my life savings that you stole? We had a plan. She stepped closer, jabbing her finger at me. Zariah's going to be famous. She'll make connections, open doors for all of us. But you're too selfish to see the big picture. The big picture? I laughed bitterly. Like when you stole my birthday money for her dance camps. Mum froze. You remember that? I remember everything, Mum. Every lie, every manipulation, every time you picked her over me. She's special. Mum's voice rose hysterically. She has star quality. You're just what? The responsible one, the backup plan, the family ATM? You'll regret this, she snarled. When Zariah's famous, when we're all living the high life, you'll be sorry you turned against us. Mom, Chandler called from behind me, you're being recorded. Mum's eyes widened as she noticed my phone. Without another word, she turned and fled. You okay? Chandler asked softly. I nodded, though my hands were shaking. Send that recording to Jolie. My phone lit up with a message from Norman. Found something else. Old videos from family meetings. They were coaching Zariah on how to manipulate you, teaching her your weak spots. The attached video showed Mom, Dad, and Zariah sitting at our dining room table. Remember, Mum was saying, Maeve can't resist when we cry. She hates disappointing family. Use that. Zariah nodded, practicing her fake tears. Like this? Perfect. Now, mention how hard you're working on your dreams. I couldn't watch anymore. Maeve, Jolie's voice came through the speaker. We have enough, more than enough. Want me to schedule the final hearing? Do it. They'll try to paint you as the villain, Chandler warned. The jealous sister trying to ruin Zariah's chances at fame. Let them try. I looked at the mountain of evidence on my table. Years of calculated manipulation. Decades of lies. The truth has receipts. My phone buzzed again. Dad, this time. Your mother's crying herself sick. Is this what you wanted? To destroy our family? I thought of all the times I cried myself to sleep, believing I'd lost birthday money, believing I wasn't as special as Zariah, believing I had to prove my love through sacrifice. No, Dad, I typed back. I wanted a family that loved me as much as I loved them. Guess we both ended up disappointed. I blocked his number and turned to Chandler and Jolie's concerned faces on my screen. Schedule the hearing, I said firmly. It's time everyone saw who they really are. The courtroom fell silent as Jolie approached the witness stand where Mum sat, perfectly coiffed and dabbing at invisible tears. Mrs. Hopkins, Jolie began, please explain the emergency roof repairs you claimed required $89,000. Our contractor said, What contractor? Jolie interrupted. Because we've subpoenaed every licensed contractor in the area. None had any contact with your family. Mum's fingers tightened around her tissue. Well, he was independent. Independent? Jolie picked up a document. Like this fake inspection report you created? The one with a forged license number? Colour drained from Mum's face. Or perhaps, Jolie continued, you'd like to explain these travel bookings? Made the day before you called my client about your emergency? We had to act quickly, Mum stammered. Opportunities like your daughter's influencer tour, first-class flights, luxury hotels, designer shopping sprees, all paid for with fraudulently obtained funds. Objection, their lawyer called out. Argumentative. Sustained, the judge said. Rephrase. Jolie nodded. Mrs. Hopkins, did you use the money for house repairs as claimed? We had other priorities. Like funding your younger daughter's Instagram career? Zariah has potential, Mum burst out. Sometimes parents have to make hard choices. Choices like stealing from their other daughter? Objection. Withdrawn, Jolie said smoothly. No further questions. Dad testified next, crumbling under cross-examination. "Did you know the roof repairs were fictional?" Jolie asked. I trusted my wife's judgment." "Even when that judgment involved defrauding your daughter?" He looked at his hands. "Denise handles the finances, so you just stood by while she stole your daughter's life savings?" Dad's voice cracked. "I didn't know how much—" "The truth, Mr. Hopkins. Did you know there was no emergency?" A long pause. "Yes." "And did you know the money was for Zariah's travel?" Another pause. "Yes." "Why didn't you stop it?" He looked at Mom, then back at his hands. "Because Denise said it was the only way. That Maeve would never just give us the money for Zariah's influencer career," the courtroom murmured. Mum shot him a venomous look. Then came Zariah's testimony. "I don't see what the big deal is," she said, examining her manicure. "Family is supposed to support each other." "Support?" Jolie raised an eyebrow. "Like this group chat where you mocked your sister for being too soft, where you planned how to manipulate her. That was just jokes. Jokes that cost your sister $89,000? Zariah's carefully constructed facade cracked. "She's just jealous. She always has been. Everyone knows I'm the one with real potential. She's just what? Just boring, working her stupid office job, saving her stupid money. I'm going to be famous." Zariah was shouting now. "Mum and Dad saw that. They knew who to bet on." The judge leaned forward. "Miss Hopkins, are you admitting you knowingly participated in defrauding your sister?" Zariah's eyes widened as she realized what she said. That's not—" "And these receipts," Jolie continued, "where you forged income documents to obtain additional credit lines using the fraudulently obtained funds." "Objection!" Their lawyer jumped up. "This ventures into criminal territory." "Exactly," Jolie smiled. "Your Honour, we've submitted evidence of multiple instances of fraud, including document forgery and false financial statements." Summer's testimony was the final nail. "Oh my God, they totally planned it for months," she gushed. Mrs. H was like bragging about it at the spa. How they were going to use Maeve's savings to launch Zariah's influencer career. She said Maeve was their personal piggy bank. The judge had heard enough. "Given the overwhelming evidence of fraud and financial misconduct, I'm issuing an immediate freeze on all family accounts and assets pending final judgment. Additionally, I'm referring this case to the District Attorney's Office for potential criminal charges." Mum collapsed in theatrical sobs. Dad stared blankly ahead. Zariah stormed out, already typing furiously on her phone. "Furthermore," the judge continued, "I'm placing temporary liens on all property purchased with the fraudulently obtained funds, including vehicles, jewellery, and designer goods." I felt Chandler squeeze my hand as Mum wailed, "You're destroying our family." "No, Mrs. Hopkins," the judge said sternly. "You did that yourself. Court is adjourned until tomorrow's final judgment." Outside the courtroom, reporters had gathered. Someone had tipped them off about the fraudulent family case. "Maeve," Jolie said quietly, "tomorrow we'll get the final verdict. Are you ready?" I watched Mum being comforted by her friends, Dad standing alone by the window, and Zariah crying to her Instagram followers about family betrayal. "Ready?" I smiled grimly. "I've been ready my whole life." "In the matter of Hopkins versus Hopkins," the judge began, "this court finds in favour of the plaintiff." The courtroom erupted in whispers. Mum gripped Dad's arm so hard her knuckles went white. "The defendants are ordered to repay the full amount of $89,000, plus $50,000 in punitive damages. Additionally, given the evidence of long-term financial abuse and manipulation, I'm ordering an additional $25,000 for emotional distress. Zoraya's designer purse hit the floor with a thud. Furthermore, the judge continued, all assets purchased with the fraudulently obtained funds are to be liquidated immediately, with proceeds going to the plaintiff. This includes, but is not limited to, the BMW 7 Series, all designer merchandise, and any remaining travel bookings. But my followers, Zoraya wailed, my brand. Silence, the judge warned. Miss Hopkins, your social media career does not supersede laws against fraud. Mum stood up, swaying dramatically. Your Honour, please, we're her parents. We only wanted... Mrs. Hopkins, the judge cut in, you systematically defrauded your own daughter. The evidence shows years of financial manipulation and emotional abuse. This court cannot ignore such calculated misconduct. Jolie was already typing on her tablet, initiating asset recovery procedures. Chandler squeezed my shoulder supportively. The criminal investigation will proceed separately, the judge added. I suggest you will retain criminal defense attorneys. The local news reporter in the back scribbled frantically. Tomorrow's headline practically wrote itself. Social media dreams shatter as family fraud scheme exposed. Outside the courthouse, Mum made one last attempt. She grabbed my arm as I walked past, tears streaming down her expertly made-up face. Please, she begged, we're still your family. We can fix this. I pulled away. Fix what, Mum? The years of stealing my birthday money? The manipulation? The lies? We did it because we love you. No, I said quietly. You did it because you thought I'd never fight back. Your sister's influencer career is ruined, she hissed. Are you happy now? Actually, yes, I smiled coldly. Almost as happy as you were when you stole my savings. Zoraya stormed up, mascara running. I had to delete all my social media. My followers think I'm a fraud. You are a fraud, I replied. You just got caught. This isn't fair, she screamed. Those things were mine. They were bought with my money, I corrected, and now they're being sold to pay me back. Dad approached last, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Princess, he started, don't. I held up my hand. You stood by and watched them steal from me. You're just as guilty. We're your parents, he pleaded. Family means forgiveness. Family means love, I countered. Real love, not manipulation. Not theft, not lies. Reporters swarmed around us, shoving microphones forward. Mrs. Hopkins, how do you respond to allegations of long-term financial abuse? Zoraya, what happens to your influencer career now? Maeve, how does it feel to expose your family's fraud? Jolie stepped in, shielding me. My client has no comment. The court's decision speaks for itself. As we walked away, I heard Mum's voice rise hysterically. She's destroying us! Her own family! I turned back one last time. You stopped being my family when you sold me out for Prada. Chandler was waiting by his car. Ready to go sign those condo papers? I nodded, feeling lighter than I had in years. My phone buzzed with a text from Norman. You did it. They needed this wake-up call. I'm sorry I didn't speak up sooner. The local news van pulled away, no doubt racing to broadcast the story of the Instagram-obsessed family who committed fraud for followers. Mum's social circle would implode. Zoraya's influencer dreams were dead. Dad's business associates would distance themselves. But I felt no satisfaction in their downfall, only relief that the truth was finally out. Jolie caught up with us, waving a document. Just got confirmation. The first asset liquidation payment will hit your account tomorrow. Ready to buy that condo? More than ready. My phone lit up with messages from Mum's friends. How could you do this to your own mother? Family matters should stay private. You've ruined their reputation. I blocked them all, one by one. You okay? Chandler asked softly. I looked at the courthouse steps where my family still stood. their carefully constructed facade finally crumbling. "Yeah," I said. "For the first time in my life, I really am." We drove away, leaving behind the wreckage of lies, the ruins of manipulation, and the ashes of what once was family. Tomorrow, I'd sign the papers for my dream condo. Tonight, I'd sleep knowing I'd finally stood up for myself. And that was worth more than all the Instagram followers in the world. The sound of my keys jingling in my new condo's lock still brought a smile to my face. Inside, the space was modest, but mine. Every piece of furniture carefully chosen, every wall painted the exact shade I wanted. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Local influencer scandal. Sister's revenge exposes family fraud. Below was a picture of Zariah, caught mid-meltdown outside the courthouse. A knock at the door made me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Norman shifting nervously. "Hey," he said when I opened the door. "Nice place." "Thanks. Want to come in?" He followed me to the kitchen where I was unpacking dishes. "Aunt Denise and Uncle Douglas are selling their house," he said quietly. "The criminal charges." I heard. The DA had filed multiple fraud charges. Mum's perfect reputation was in shambles. "Zariah's working at a call centre now," Norman continued. "No one will sponsor her after everything." I placed a mug in the cabinet. "That's not my problem." "I know, He pulled out an envelope. "I wanted to give you this, and apologise for not speaking up sooner." Inside was a birthday card. Tucked within, 5 crisp 100 bills. "From all those birthday," he explained. "I saw Aunt Denise take your money every year. I should have said something." "Norman." "No, let me finish. What they did to you, it wasn't just about the money. They tried to make you feel crazy for questioning them. Less than. I watched it happen and said nothing." I leaned against the counter. "You helped in the end. That group chat screenshot broke their whole story. Still." He looked around my new home. "You deserved better. We all knew it." My phone buzzed again. Chandler. "Turn on channel 7. I grabbed the remote, Norman following me to the living room. There on screen was Mom, being led out of her yoga studio in handcuffs. "Additional charges filed today," the reporter announced, as investigators uncovered a pattern of financial fraud extending beyond the family. Norman whistled low. "Guess she wasn't just stealing from you." "Guess not." Another knock. This time Jolie and Chandler, carrying takeout and wine. "Housewarming?" Chandler grinned, holding up the bags. "We brought the good stuff," Jolie added, waving the wine bottle. "You deserve it." As they set up dinner on my new coffee table, my phone lit up with a text from Dad. "Your mother's been arrested. Please, we need help with bail." I showed it to the others. "Delete it," Jolie advised. "Block him," Chandler suggested. Instead, I typed, "Like Zariah said in the group chat, I'm too soft, remember?" Guess she was wrong. Norman raised his wine glass. "To karma." "To boundaries," Jolie added. "To finally standing up for yourself," Chandler finished. I looked around my modest living room. No designer furniture, no Instagram-worthy decor. Just comfortable, practical pieces that made me happy. On the TV, the news showed Zariah's old Instagram posts side by side with security footage of Mum doctoring financial documents. "You know what's funny?" I said. "They really thought appearances were everything. The perfect family, the social media fame, the designer lifestyle." "And now?" Norman asked. "Now they have nothing, because it was all built on lies." My phone buzzed one last time. An email from Summer. "Hey, so, I know we're not friends anymore, but I wanted to say I'm sorry. I should have told you what they were planning. Zariah wasn't the friend I thought she was." Jolie topped off my wine. "You going to respond?" "No need." I silenced my phone. I'm done explaining myself to any of them. We ate dinner, sitting on my new floor cushions, laughing at Chandler's terrible jokes and listening to Jolie's courtroom stories. Norman shared more family secrets, each one confirming I'd made the right choice. Later, after everyone left, I stood at my window looking out at the city lights. My city. My view. My life. The TV still played softly in the background. In local news, the Hopkins family fraud case has sparked a broader investigation into social media-related financial crimes. I turned it off. Their story wasn't mine anymore. On my coffee table sat Norman's birthday card. $500, a small fraction of what they'd stolen, but it meant something different. It meant someone in my family had seen the truth all along. My new neighbours. Wind chimes tinkled softly outside. In my kitchen, my own dishes waited to be unpacked. On my walls, space waited for photos of new memories. Better memories. They never expected me to fight back. They never expected me to win. But karma arrives, and sometimes she wears courtroom heels.
10 years of my life disappeared into my parents' mortgage payments. 10 years of overtime, cancelled vacations, and just until things get better. But watching my father laugh about throwing me away like a used tissue, that's the moment everything changed. I'm Natalia, and until last night, I was the perfect daughter. The responsible one. The one who gave up her dreams of graduate school to help keep the family afloat after Dad's business took a hit in 2008. Meanwhile, my younger brother Jordan lived rent-free in their basement, finding himself, through failed startups and half-finished coding boot camps. Just help us through this rough patch, Mom would say, her eyes wide and pleading. Your brother's still figuring things out. She'd squeeze my hand across their kitchen table, the same one where I'd done my homework as a kid. You're so strong, sweetheart. So capable. I believed her. Every month, I'd transfer $2,800 to their account. Every Christmas, I'd smile when Jordan got the latest gaming console while I got discount bath sets. Every family dinner, I'd nod along as Dad praised Jordan's entrepreneurial spirit. Last night wasn't supposed to be different. I'd stopped by to drop off Mum's birthday present, a silk scarf I couldn't really afford. The lights were dim, but their voices carried from the kitchen. She's such a sucker, Jordan was saying. My hand froze on the doorknob. Did you see her face when I told her about my new business idea? She actually offered to help with startup costs. Dad's laugh, rough like sandpaper. Well, that's what she's there for, isn't it? Once you're set up properly, we won't need her anymore. What about the mortgage? Jordan asked. Please. By then, your crypto investments will have paid off, and if they don't, well, that's what the trust fund is for, the one she doesn't know about. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart thundering. The trust fund? My money. They'd been diverting my payments into a trust fund for Jordan. You should have seen her last week, Jordan continued, going on about how she had to cancel her vacation because of unexpected expenses. Meanwhile, I'm booking my trip to Bali. That's my boy. Dad's chair scraped against the floor. Your sister's good at one thing, making money. Let her do what she's best at. Speaking of which, did you talk to that financial advisor friend of hers? The ex-boyfriend? Vincenzo? Yeah, he's on board. Said he'll help us manage her portfolio once she finally starts investing properly. My fingers dug into the gift bag, crushing the tissue paper. The scarf suddenly felt like a noose. Perfect. Dad's voice grew closer. Anne keeps saying we should be more grateful, but honestly, Natalia's just doing what a daughter should. It's not like she has her own family to support. I backed away from the door, my designer heels, bought second-hand, silent on their expensive hardwood floors I'd helped pay for. Outside, the cool night air hit my face like a slap. My phone buzzed, a text from Mum. Where are you, sweetie? Thought you were stopping by. I stared at the message, at the little heart emoji she'd added. All these years, I'd thought she was just weak, caught between Dad's schemes and Jordan's demands. But she knew. She had to know. Another buzz. Dad says we should discuss increasing the monthly transfer. The property taxes went up again. Call me tomorrow? I looked up at their house. My house, really, given how much I'd paid into it. Light spilled from the kitchen window, and I could see them in there, probably still laughing, still plotting. My hands stopped shaking. The crushing pain in my chest crystallized into something harder, colder, more useful. I opened my banking app and checked the joint account I shared with them, the one they'd insisted on for emergencies. The balance showed $127,803.42, a decade of my excess funds sitting there like low-hanging fruit. Dad's voice echoed in my head. Once you're set up properly, we won't need her anymore. I smiled, and it felt like breaking glass. They were right about one thing. I am good at making money, but they're about to learn I'm even better at taking it back. The bank website blinked at me. Transfer complete. I'd left exactly $5.73 in the joint account, enough to make them feel the humiliation of insufficient funds when their next automatic payment hit. My hands were steady as I poured a glass of wine and opened my laptop. Already, 3 missed calls from Mum lit up my phone. I silenced it and texted Sydney instead. Need to talk, now. 20 minutes later, Sydney was at my door with Thai takeout and her trademark concerned expression. You look like hell, she said, kicking off her heels. I just moved over $100,000. I grabbed plates from the kitchen, and I'm about to burn my entire family to the ground. Sydney froze halfway through unpacking the food. What happened? I told her everything. The conversation I'd overheard, the trust fund, their plans with Vincenzo. By the time I finished, the pad thai was cold, and Sydney's face had transformed from concern to fury. Those manipulative pieces of... She stopped herself. Wait, Vincenzo? Your ex? The one who kept pushing you to combine finances? Yeah, I stabbed at my noodles. Suddenly, his insistence on managing my portfolio makes a lot more sense. My phone buzzed again. Dad, this time. What the hell did you do? Call me immediately! Sydney read the message over my shoulder and snorted. Oh, they're panicking now? Good. They probably just tried to make a payment. I showed her my laptop screen, where I'd pulled up the joint account's transaction history. See? Every month for 10 years. Mortgage payments, property taxes, home improvements, even Jordan's car payments. Jesus. Sydney scrolled through the numbers. This is straight up financial abuse. But moving the money, they could come after you legally. Let them try. I pulled out a folder I'd been keeping for years. Every email where they promised to pay me back. Every text about temporary help. And this, I slapped down a document with my father's signature. A written agreement that all funds were loans to be repaid. You clever bitch, Sydney grinned. You've been planning this, not consciously, but I've always kept records. I took a long sip of wine. The question is, what now? Now? Sydney pulled out her phone. Now we call my friend Lillian. She's a probate lawyer who specializes in family financial disputes, and... She held up a finger as I started to protest. Before you say no, think about this. Do you want revenge, or do you want results? My phone lit up with a text from Jordan. Dad's having chest pains because of you. Hope you're happy, you selfish witch. Both, I said quietly. I want both. Sydney nodded and started dialing. Then let's do this right. Make them feel every single penny they stole from you. As she talked to Lillian, I opened my email. There, buried in my archived folders, was the last message from Vincenzo before we broke up. You're making a mistake, Nat. I could help you build real wealth. Your family agrees. I've discussed it with your father. Just trust me with your portfolio. At the time, I thought he was being controlling. Now I understood. He'd been their inside man all along. I forwarded the email to a new folder labeled Evidence. My phone buzzed again. Mom this time. Please, sweetie, whatever you're upset about, we can talk about this. Your father's beside himself. We're family. Family. The word tasted like ashes now. Lillian can see you tomorrow at 9, Sydney announced, ending her call. She says to bring every document you have. And Nat? She waited until I looked up. She says this is just the beginning. There are ways to trace where your money went, to follow every dollar they diverted. I thought about the trust fund they'd mentioned, built with my sacrifice savings, about Jordan's luxury vacations while I worked overtime, about a decade of manipulation so subtle I'd mistaken it for love. Tell her I'll be there. I opened my banking app again, this time to my personal account. The transferred money sat there, a war chest for what was coming. And Sydney? Thank you. She squeezed my hand. They thought you were their ATM. Time to show them you're actually their worst nightmare. Another text flashed on my phone. Vincenzo. Hey stranger, been thinking about you. Coffee sometime. I showed Sydney the message, and her eyes lit up with wicked understanding. Oh, this is perfect. He has no idea you know, does he? No, I said, already typing a response, and we're going to keep it that way. For now. The pieces were falling into place. Tomorrow I'd see Lillian, but tonight I had some documents to organize and a very interesting coffee date to plan. Lillian's office smelled like leather and money. She flipped through my documents with manicured fingers, occasionally making notes on her tablet. I'd been sitting here for 45 minutes, watching her face grow progressively darker. This is... She paused, choosing her words carefully. This is methodical. The way they structured these transfers, the timing of their requests. They knew exactly what they were doing. How bad is it? She turned her tablet around. On the screen was a complex flowchart of transactions. See these transfers? They weren't just using your money for the mortgage. They were investing it. My stomach clenched. The trust fund they mentioned? Better. Lillian's smile was razor sharp. Your father opened multiple investment accounts under Jordan's name, used your mortgage payments as seed money. The total value now? Just over $200,000. The room tilted slightly. 200,000? And that's just what I can trace easily. She leaned forward. Want to know the best part? The accounts are linked to your parents' tax returns. They've been claiming the gains, but the initial investments came from you. Can you prove it? With a court order? Absolutely. She pulled out a fresh legal pad. But before we go nuclear, let's talk strategy. You mentioned your ex-boyfriend Vincenzo is somehow involved? I nodded, pulling out my phone to show her our recent text exchange. We'd scheduled coffee for tomorrow. Perfect. Lillian made another note. Don't tip your hand. We need to know exactly how deep this goes. But first... She turned her screen again, showing me a document I'd never seen before. Do you recognize this? My blood ran cold. It was a life insurance policy, in my name, with Jordan listed as the sole beneficiary. When... My voice cracked. When did they take this out? 3 months ago. Lillian's voice was gentle. The premiums are being paid from one of those investment accounts. Your money, paying for a policy you never knew about. The implications hit me like a physical blow. They weren't just planning to cut me off. They were setting up a backup plan. One that would benefit them more if I was... I think I'm going to be sick. Lillian handed me a glass of water. This changes things. We're not just dealing with financial abuse anymore. This is fraud, possibly criminal conspiracy. My phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. Please come to dinner tonight. We need to talk as a family. Don't respond, Lillian advised, reading over my shoulder. In fact, don't contact them at all. Let them panic. They've been calling constantly, showing up at my office. Good. Let them make scenes, document everything. She started typing rapidly on her computer. I'm filing for an emergency injunction on those investment accounts, and we're getting that life insurance policy cancelled immediately. I thought about all those family dinners, all those times they'd insisted I drink the wine they'd poured, the headaches I'd sometimes get afterward. Had they already been? Stop! Lillian's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. Whatever you're thinking, stop. We deal with facts now, not fears. Here's what you're going to do. She outlined the plan. Meet with Vincenzo, record everything, let him incriminate himself. Meanwhile, she'd start the legal process to freeze the accounts and investigate the paper trail. What about my parents? Jordan? Radio silence. Let them stew. She handed me a business card. This is a private investigator I trust. He'll document their reactions, their movements, every panicked conversation in public, every attempt to contact you. My phone buzzed again, Jordan this time. Mum's in tears. Dad can barely eat. Hope you're proud of destroying this family. Lillian read the message and smiled coldly. They're trying to guilt you. Classic abuser tactics. But here's what they don't understand. You're not their victim anymore. You're their reckoning. I stood up, gathering my documents. How long until they realize how much trouble they're in? Oh, they already know. That's why they're desperate to talk. She walked me to the door. But soon they'll learn the difference between family drama and federal fraud charges. As I left her office, another text came through, from Vincenzo. Looking forward to catching up tomorrow. I have some interesting investment opportunities to discuss. I showed it to Lillian, who was already reaching for her phone. I'm calling in a favor. Tomorrow's coffee meeting. You'll have backup nearby. Every word will be recorded. For the first time in days, I felt something close to calm. They'd spent years weaving their web, thinking I was just a fly. They never noticed I was a spider too. One more thing, Lillian called as I reached the elevator. Check your mail carefully. People like this, when they realize they're caught, they often try to hide assets or create new insurance policies. The doors closed on her knowing smile, and I pressed the lobby button with steady hands. Tomorrow, I'd have coffee with a traitor. Tonight, I had some mail to sort through. The coffee shop buzzed with morning energy as Vincenzo slid into the seat across from me. He looked exactly the same. Expensive watch, calculated smile, perfect hair. 2 years ago, that smile made my heart race. Now it made my skin crawl. Nat, he said warmly, setting down his artisanal coffee. You look amazing. I touched the small recorder in my jacket pocket, drawing strength from it. Thanks. How's the financial advisory business? Booming. Actually, that's partly why I wanted to meet. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I've been thinking about our past conversations about investment strategies. I was right, wasn't I? About combining resources? I forced a laugh. Still trying to manage my portfolio? I care about your future, Nat. Always have. His hand reached for mine. I pulled back, pretending to adjust my coffee cup. Actually, I recently spoke with your father about some exciting opportunities. There it was. I kept my face neutral. Oh? When did you talk to my father? We've stayed in touch. He's worried about you, you know. Says you've been making some impulsive financial decisions lately. My phone buzzed. Right on cue. A text from Dad. Your card was declined at Morton's last night. Embarrassing. Call me immediately. I showed Vincenzo the message, watching his reaction. His eyes flickered with recognition. He'd known this was coming. See? He gestured at my phone. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Let me help. I can stabilize your finances, create a solid investment plan. Your father already approved. My father approved? I interrupted, voice sharp. Why would my father's approval matter for my investments? Vincenzo backpedaled smoothly. I just meant he agrees it's a good idea. He mentioned you've been supporting the family. Admirable, but maybe not the best long-term strategy. And what would be a better strategy? Let me show you. He pulled out his tablet, pulling up some documents. I've drafted a preliminary plan. We transfer your assets to a managed account, my firm's naturally. Then we diversify into some specific funds I've selected. As he talked, I noticed his leg bouncing under the table. Nervous tell. He'd always done that when lying. Interesting, I said. And would these funds be similar to the ones you helped my father set up? The ones using my mortgage payments? His coffee cup froze halfway to his mouth. I don't know what you... Or maybe like the trust fund you helped them hide from me. I kept my voice conversational, even as his face drained of color. $200,000, Vincenzo. That's a lot of redirected money. Natalia, listen. No, you listen. I pulled out my phone, showing him the banking app. See this? Every transfer, every transaction. All traced and documented. Want to guess how many federal regulations you violated by helping them? He stood up so quickly, his chair scraped loudly. Several people turned to look. You're making a mistake. Your father won't... My father won't what? Keep paying you consulting fees? Too late. I smiled up at him. By the way, the SEC is very interested in unlicensed financial advisors who assist in fraud schemes. I wonder what they'll find when they audit your practice. You wouldn't dare. I already did. Check your office voicemail. His face contorted. For a moment, I thought he might cause a scene. Instead, he grabbed his coat with shaking hands. You're going to regret this, he hissed. Your whole family will. No, Vincenzo, you will. I held up my phone, showing the recording app. Every word of this conversation is already being transcribed and sent to my lawyer. Want to threaten me again? He practically ran from the coffee shop. Through the window, I watched him pull out his phone, probably calling my father. Perfect. Sydney emerged from a nearby table where she'd been sitting incognito. That was beautiful, she said, sliding into Vincenzo's abandoned seat. Did you see his face when you mentioned the SEC? Think he'll warn them? Oh, definitely. Your father's probably having a stroke right now. She checked her watch. Just in time for their monthly country club lunch, too. Very public venue for a meltdown. My phone started buzzing with texts. Dad. What have you done? Mom. Please stop this madness. Jordan. You psychotic bitch! I showed them to Sydney, who grinned. Right on schedule. Lillian's investigator is at the country club now, ready to document everything. Good. I stood up, gathering my things. Because Phase 2 starts tonight. The utilities? Every single one. I checked my own watch. By dinner time, their power, water, and cable will all be disconnected. Amazing how fast companies respond when you prove account fraud. Sydney's eyes gleamed. And the mortgage payment? Due tomorrow, with the joint account empty and their cards declined. I shrugged. I hear late fees are brutal these days. We walked out into the sunny morning, leaving Vincenzo's untouched coffee cooling on the table. In my pocket, the recorder held enough evidence to destroy his career, but that was just the beginning. Tonight, my family would learn what real consequences felt like. Lillian's conference room felt like a war room as we watched the security feed from my parents' meeting in the adjacent office. They'd come expecting to file emergency mortgage paperwork. Instead, they were walking into an ambush. Mrs. Hoffman, Lillian's voice came through the speakers, cool and professional. Mr. Hoffman, Please, have a seat. My mother's hands twisted her designer purse, the one I'd bought her last Christmas. We were told this was about a mortgage modification? Not exactly. Lillian opened a thick folder. This meeting is about financial fraud, tax evasion, and criminal conspiracy. Dad's face reddened. Now see here. No, you see here. Lillian slid documents across the table. 10 years of diverted mortgage payments, investment accounts opened with fraudulent documentation, and this. She produced a copy of the life insurance policy. Care to explain why you took out a policy on your daughter without her knowledge? Mom's face went white. That's not. We were just trying to protect the family. By planning your daughter's death? How dare you? Dad slammed his hand on the table. We would never. Really? Lillian played an audio clip, my conversation with Vincenzo. Dad's face changed from red to grey as his own name came up repeatedly in the recording. That proves nothing, he stammered. No? Then perhaps these will. More documents appeared. Bank statements showing systematic theft, emails discussing how to manage your daughter's assets without her knowledge, and my personal favourite. She held up a printed conversation. Text messages between you and your son discussing how to, quote, get rid of the problem once the trust fund matures. In the observation room, Sydney squeezed my hand. On screen, my mother had started crying. We can explain, she sobbed. We only wanted to steal from your daughter? Lillian's voice could have frozen hell. To potentially harm her for insurance money. The FBI is very interested in that part, by the way. Dad stood up so fast his chair toppled. This is ridiculous. Where is Natalia? We demand to speak with her. Your daughter isn't here. Lillian smiled. But her lawyers are, and her evidence is. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Is this blackmail? Dad sputtered. This is consequence. Lillian opened another folder. Option 1. You sign these papers. Full confession, complete asset disclosure, immediate transfer of all fraudulent accounts back to Natalia. You walk away broke but free. And option 2? Mom whispered. I make a phone call, and federal agents arrive to discuss insurance fraud and conspiracy charges. Your choice. Dad reached for the papers, then hesitated. We need to think about this. You have 30 seconds. This is outrageous! He grabbed his coat. Come on, Anne. We're leaving. That would be unwise. Lillian pressed a button on her phone. Security? 2 large men entered the room. Sir, please sit down. Federal agents are already en route. Mom collapsed into tears. Fletcher, please, just sign it. Listen to your wife, Lillian advised. Because once those agents arrive, this generous offer disappears. In the observation room, I watched my father age 10 years in 10 seconds. His hands shook as he reached for the papers. Initial here, Lillian pointed. And here. This transfers the trust fund back to Natalia. This surrenders all claim to the property. This is your confession. Page after page, signature after signature. Mum could barely hold the pen through her sobs. When it was done, Lillian gathered the papers. You'll be hearing from the tax authorities shortly. I suggest getting your own lawyers. Good ones. Can we at least talk to Natalia? Mom pleaded. Your daughter. Lillian's smile was arctic. She's watching everything. Has been all along. Would you like to say something to the camera? They both looked up, finally noticing the small lens in the corner. Mom reached toward it, mouth opening. I switched off the feed. You okay? Sydney asked softly. Better than okay. I turned to Lillian as she entered our room. Is it done? Signed and notarized. She handed me the folder. The trust fund transfers tomorrow. They're completely cut off. My phone buzzed. Jordan. What the fuck did you make them sign? Dad's having chest pains for real this time. Your brother's next, Lillian said, reading the message. The IRS is particularly interested in his role in all this. Good. I stood up, gathering my things. Send me the bill. Already taken care of. Your parents just paid it, part of their settlement. She walked me to the elevator. One last thing. Change your locks. People like this, they don't go quietly. As if on cue, another text from Mum. You've destroyed us. I hope you're satisfied. You're no longer our daughter. I showed it to Lillian, who shook her head. No, Mrs. Hoffman, she murmured. You destroyed yourselves. Natalia just showed you the mirror. The elevator doors closed on their reflection, and I felt nothing but clean, cold satisfaction. Phase 3 would begin tomorrow. Tonight, somewhere in the city, my family was learning what it meant to be truly broke. Just like they'd planned for me. The headline on Sydney's laptop made me smile. Financial abuse in affluent families, a hidden epidemic. The article didn't name names, but anyone who knew my family would recognize the story. Your father's law firm called, Sydney said, closing the browser. He's been placed on administrative leave pending an ethics investigation. How tragic. I sipped my coffee, scanning my emails. Oh look, Jordan's crypto accounts are frozen. Seems the IRS has some questions about his funding sources. The elevator dinged, and our office receptionist burst in. Natalia, your mother's here. She's making a scene in the lobby. I pulled up the security feed on my computer. There was Mom, designer clothes now wrinkled, mascara streaking her face as she waved papers at the security guard. Should I call the police? The receptionist asked. No need. I pressed the intercom. Send her up. Sydney raised an eyebrow. You sure about this? Watch and learn. Mom burst through my office door moments later, wild-eyed and desperate. How could you? Your father might lose his license. Jordan's accounts are frozen. We can't even pay our electric bill. Sounds stressful. I kept my voice neutral. Maybe Jordan can get a job? He's your brother! She slammed her hands on my desk. We're your family! Family. I stood slowly. Family doesn't steal. Family doesn't conspire. Family doesn't take out life insurance policies without consent. That was your father's idea. I never... Never what? Never knew. Never participated. I pulled out my phone, played a recording. Her voice, discussing with Dad how to handle me once Jordan was set up. She collapsed into a chair, deflating. We were going to pay you back. With what? The money you stole from me? You don't understand, she whispered. Jordan needed... security. I pressed my intercom. Please escort my mother out. She's no longer welcome in this building. Natalia, please! She reached for me as 2 guards entered. We can fix this! You can't fix what you broke on purpose. I turned back to my computer as they led her away, her sobs echoing down the hallway. Sydney waited until the elevator closed. That was ice cold. She's lucky I didn't press charges. My phone buzzed, an email from Lillian. Speaking of charges, the email contained a court filing. Dad was suing me for emotional damages, claiming I'd manipulated and extorted them. He's desperate, Sydney said, reading over my shoulder. His lawyer must know this is suicide. My phone rang. Lillian. Your father's attorney just withdrew from the case, she announced without preamble. Apparently, he didn't appreciate learning about the fraud evidence after filing. How unfortunate. I forwarded her the security footage of Mum's meltdown. For your records. Perfect. Oh, and Natalia, a package arrived at my office for you. Security flagged it. Ice slid down my spine. What kind of package? The concerning kind. Old family photos with your eyes scratched out. A rather graphic note about dying alone. Police are processing it for fingerprints. I ended the call, hands steady despite the threat. My phone lit up with texts from Jordan. Hope you're happy now. Dad's reputation is ruined. Mom's having a breakdown. You're dead to us. And finally, watch your back, sis. Sydney read the messages and immediately called building security. We need an escort for Natalia, and check all incoming mail. A knock at my door made us both jump. It was the receptionist again, holding a thick envelope. This just came by courier. Had to sign for it. Inside was a single document, Dad's disbarment notice, effective immediately, pending investigation into ethical violations. They really thought they'd win this, Sydney marveled, that you'd just roll over and take it forever. Their mistake. I added the notice to my growing file. But they're not done yet. What do you mean? I showed her my laptop screen, an email from an anonymous source containing years of my father's client records, evidence of more fraud, more victims. Someone at his firm is turning on him, Sydney whispered. Several someones. I forwarded the email to Lillian. Rats fleeing a sinking ship. My phone buzzed again, a news alert. The local business journal was running a story about my father's firm, highlighting suspicious patterns in client accounts. Sydney squeezed my shoulder. You did it. You actually brought them down. Not yet. I opened my drawer, pulled out one last file. Remember that life insurance policy? I had Lillian dig deeper. Turns out it wasn't the first one they took out in my name. What? There were others, starting right after I began paying their mortgage. I handed her the documents. And guess who processed those policies? Sydney's eyes widened. Vincenzo. Exactly. I smiled, and it felt like victory. Want to help me destroy one more career? She grabbed her coat. I thought you'd never ask. The law office conference room felt different this time. My family sat on one side of the table, thinking they were here for a settlement negotiation. Vincenzo sat apart from them, sweating in his expensive suit. Lillian stood by the door, watching like a hawk. Before we begin, Dad announced, trying to sound authoritative despite his rumpled appearance. We want to discuss dropping all charges, returning to the status quo. Interesting proposal. I entered the room slowly, making them all jump. But I have a counteroffer. Mom reached for me. Sweetie, please. Don't. My voice could have frozen fire. First, let's review what we know. I nodded to Lillian, who started playing audio recordings through the room's speakers. Conversations between Dad and Vincenzo about managing my assets. Mom discussing insurance policies. Jordan laughing about stealing my money. Stop this, Dad demanded. Why? Uncomfortable hearing your own voice plotting my financial destruction? I turned to Vincenzo. Or maybe you'd prefer the video evidence. The color drained from his face as Lillian projected emails onto the wall, dozens of them, spanning years, all showing his involvement in the scheme. These are confidential business communications, he protested weakly. Actually, Lillian interjected, they're evidence of insurance fraud, conspiracy, and practicing financial advisory without proper licensing. The SEC is very interested in them. Jordan stood up suddenly. This is bullshit. You can't. Sit down, I snapped. Unless you'd like to explain your crypto accounts to the IRS right now? He sat. Here's what's going to happen. I placed 4 folders on the table. Each of you has a choice. Sign these papers. Full confessions, complete asset surrender, and permanent no-contact orders. Or what? Mum whispered. Or I make one phone call, and federal agents arrest everyone in this room except me and Lillian. I checked my watch. They're waiting outside. You have 5 minutes. Dad lunged across the table. You ungrateful little... Security guards materialized instantly, restraining him. He'd forgotten about the panic button under my side of the table. 4 minutes now, I said calmly. Vincenzo broke first, grabbing his folder with shaking hands. I'll sign. Just keep the SEC out of this. Too late. Lillian smiled. They're already investigating. This just determines whether you face charges. Mom was crying again, mascara running. We're your family. No. I finally let my anger show. You're parasites who gave birth to me. There's a difference. 3 minutes, Lillian announced. Jordan grabbed his folder, scanning it frantically. This says I have to repay everything. Down to the last penny you stole from me. I turned to Dad, still held by security. Tick-tock. The next 2 minutes were filled with scratching pens and muffled sobs. One by one, they signed. First Vincenzo, then Jordan, then Mom. Dad held out until the last second, face purple with rage. You'll regret this, he growled, scrawling his signature. No, I won't. I gathered the signed documents. Because unlike you, I can sleep at night, knowing I didn't try to murder my child for insurance money. The room went deadly silent. Oh yes, I continued. Lillian found the toxicology reports from my mysterious illness last year, the one that happened right after you took out the first life insurance policy. Mom made a choking sound. Jordan looked sick. Vincenzo wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. Get out, I said quietly. All of you. The guards will escort you. If any of you ever contact me again, these confessions go straight to the FBI. They filed out like broken puppets. At the door, Mom turned back one last time. We loved you, she whispered. No. I met her eyes. You loved what I could give you. There's a difference. After they left, Sydney slipped in through the side door. That was magnificent. It's done? I asked Lillian. She nodded, checking her phone. Transfer orders are executed, their accounts are drained, assets frozen. They'll be lucky to keep their clothes. And Vincenzo? SEC agents are waiting at his office. He'll never work in finance again. My phone buzzed. An email from a headhunting firm I'd contacted weeks ago. A position had opened in their Copenhagen office. Fresh start, ocean away. Take it, Sydney said, reading over my shoulder. You've earned it. What about them? I gestured at the door where my family had disappeared. They made their choices, Lillian said firmly. Now they can live with them. I looked around the conference room one last time, where my family had sat, where they'd signed away their comfortable lives, where I'd finally broken free. You're right. I opened the email. Clicked, accept offer. Time for me to make my choice too. Behind me, through the window, I could see them in the parking lot. Huddled together, broken, defeated. Finally, facing the consequences of their actions. I turned away. I had a flight to book. The Copenhagen winter sunset paints my office in shades of gold and purple as I finish another successful quarter. My team is celebrating downstairs, but I need a moment alone with my thoughts and my laptop. A notification pops up. Sydney's calling. Have you seen the news? She doesn't wait for hello. Your father's firm just collapsed. Complete shutdown. The fraud investigation killed them. I pull up the article. There's his face, haggard and aged, being escorted from the building. How many clients did they steal from? Dozens. You weren't the only victim, just the only one who fought back. She pauses. Your mother's living with her sister now. Jordan's working retail. And Dad? Facing criminal charges. The life insurance scheme wasn't just aimed at you. They found evidence of 3 other attempts with different victims. My hands don't shake anymore when I think about how close I came to being one of those victims. What about Vincenzo? Oh, you'll love this. He tried to flee to Mexico, got caught at the airport. He's cooperating with investigators now, telling them everything about your father's operation. A knock at my door. My assistant with tonight's event schedule. I'm giving a keynote speech at a financial security conference. Topic: identifying and escaping financial abuse. I should go, I tell Sydney. The conference starts soon. Wait, one more thing. Remember that trust fund they set up with your stolen money? Hard to forget $200,000. Well, Lillian's team finally traced all the investments. With compound interest and market gains, your total recovery is closer to $500,000. I glance at my banking app, at the numbers that represent not just money, but justice. I'm donating most of it. To what? Organizations that help people escape financial abuse. Seems fitting. My assistant gestures. It's time. I gather my presentation materials, including copies of my own bank statements, the insurance policies, the evidence that brought down an empire of lies. Sydney, thank you for everything. Just promise you'll visit soon. Copenhagen's too far. Actually, I smile, looking at the travel itinerary on my screen. I booked a flight home next month. Not to see them, never again, but to help Lillian with a new project. Oh? We're starting a consulting firm, helping people identify and escape financial predators. Turns out my story struck a nerve. We already have a waiting list. Another knock, the conference organizer this time. The audience is ready. Go give that speech, Sydney says. Show them what survival looks like. I end the call and walk to the auditorium. The room is packed, hundreds of faces looking up expectantly. My presentation opens with a simple bank statement. The first mortgage payment I ever made for my parents. Financial abuse doesn't always look like stolen credit cards or forged checks, I begin. Sometimes it looks like family. Sometimes it wears the mask of love. In the back of the room, I spot a familiar face, Lillian, who flew in for this moment. She nods encouragingly. My family spent 10 years grooming me as their personal ATM. They nearly killed me for insurance money. They thought I would stay quiet, stay obedient, stay broken. I click to the next slide, the final balance sheet showing their complete financial ruin. They were wrong. Questions flood in after my speech. How did you know? How did you fight back? How did you survive? But one question stands out. Do you regret it? Destroying your family? I think about Mom's tears, Dad's rage, Jordan's threats, about the poison they tried to feed me, the money they stole, the lives they ruined. They destroyed themselves, I answer. I just showed them their reflection. Later, in my apartment overlooking the Danish coast, I open my laptop one last time. There's an email from an unknown sender, a photo of my old family home, now sold to cover Dad's legal fees. The subject line reads, "Missing you." I don't bother opening it. Instead, I look at my calendar for tomorrow. Meetings with investors, lunch with my team, dinner with new friends who never ask me for money or try to slip poison into my wine. My phone buzzes with a text from Lillian. Your father's sentencing is next week. Want the details? No, I reply. I'm done watching their destruction. Time to build something new. I close my laptop and walk to the window. The city lights sparkle like stars, each one representing a story, a struggle, maybe even a victory like mine. They say karma isn't always poetic. Sometimes it's prosaic, simple cause and effect, action and consequence. But sometimes karma wears your face, carries your determination, and delivers exactly the justice you fought for. And sometimes that's poetry enough.
I sat motionless at my parents' mahogany dining table, watching my mother's perfectly manicured nails drum against the polished surface. The sound echoed through the room like a countdown to detonation. My brother Nash slouched in his chair, refusing to meet anyone's eyes, while my father paced behind him. I'm Samantha, and this was the moment I'd been waiting for. Another start-up failure, my mother Francesca spat, shoving a stack of papers across the table. 400,000 in debt. Your brother needs you to step up. Again. I picked up the documents, pretending to study them carefully. The numbers were staggering, not because of their size, but because of their predictability. Third failed tech venture in 5 years. Same pattern, different zeros. The trust fund, my father Daniel finally spoke, his voice carrying that familiar note of assumed authority. Your half needs to cover this. It's what family does. I kept my face carefully blank, the way I'd learned to do since childhood. My half? Nash finally looked up, flashing that boyish smile that had gotten him out of trouble since we were kids. Come on, Sammy. You know I'm onto something big this time. The app just needs more runway. More runway, I repeated softly. Like the last 3 times? My mother's hand slammed against the table. Don't you dare take that tone. Your brother is building something important. You're just... She paused, lips curling into a sneer. You're just the spare child, meant to fund his future. The words should have hurt. They would have 6 months ago, but now they just confirmed what I'd always known, what had driven me to act. Remember when I broke my arm in 8th grade? I asked, surprising them with the apparent non sequitur. Nash had his baseball tournament that weekend. Instead of taking me to the doctor, you made me sit in the bleachers for 6 hours, holding my arm, because Nash needed his support system. That's ancient history, my father waved dismissively. We're talking about now, about family loyalty. I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app. You're right, we are talking about loyalty. Nash leaned forward. So, you'll do it? Transfer the money today? I turned the phone around, showing them the trust account balance. 0. The silence was deafening. What? My mother's voice shook. What did you do? Nothing you didn't teach me to do, I replied calmly. I took care of my future, just like you always said Nash should. My father's face reddened. That money was meant to be shared, for both of you. Funny thing about Grandma Eva's trust, I continued, standing up slowly. There was a clause. If either beneficiary could prove independent legal standing and financial responsibility, they could petition for sole control. I filed the paperwork 6 months ago. It was approved 3 months ago. Nash jumped to his feet. You can't do that. I need that money. Get a job, I said, picking up my purse, like I did, while funding your dreams with my half of every inheritance, bonus, and gift we ever received. My mother's voice turned sickeningly sweet. Darling, you're not thinking clearly. We can discuss this as a family. We are discussing it as a family, I cut her off. I'm just not playing my assigned role anymore. You ungrateful little... My father started, but I was already walking toward the door. The money's gone, I called over my shoulder. Legally, permanently, invested in something that will actually generate returns. You taught me well about financial planning when you were teaching Nash, of course. I just happened to be in the room. My mother's scream of rage followed me out to my car. I sat there for a moment, hands steady on the steering wheel, and allowed myself a small smile. The tsunami of calls and texts would start soon. The flying monkeys would be deployed. The family reputation management machine would kick into high gear. But for the first time in my life, I held all the cards. My phone buzzed. A text from my best friend, Robin. Did you do it? Did you tell them? I typed back quickly. It's done. No going back now. Another buzz. My mother. What did you do? I started the engine, thinking about the years of being the family ATM, the emotional punching bag, the invisible support beam holding up the shrine to Nash's potential. They never saw me as more than a spare part in their perfect family machine. They were about to learn exactly how essential this spare part had been. As I pulled away from the house, my phone kept lighting up with increasingly frantic messages. I turned it off completely, enjoying the silence. The real storm hadn't even started yet, but for the first time in my life, I was ready for it. They wanted to talk about family loyalty. I'd show them exactly what I'd learned from their lessons. You're telling me there's a loophole? I'd asked Robin 3 months earlier, staring at the trust documents spread across her living room floor. After all these years. Right here. Robin tapped the legal paper with her pen, her lawyer instincts in full force. Your grandmother was clever. This clause isn't just boilerplate, it's specifically crafted. If either beneficiary can demonstrate financial independence and responsible management for 6 consecutive months. I leaned closer, reading the fine print. They can petition for full control of the remaining trust assets. Exactly. Robin sat back, watching me carefully. Sam, this is your chance. You've been supporting yourself for years. Your investment portfolio is solid. You could qualify right now. I remembered pacing her apartment that night, my mind racing. They'll fight it. Let them. Robin stood up, grabbing her laptop. I've already talked to Quentin. You remember him, your grandmother's trustee? He's willing to review the petition. The memory shifted to Quentin's office 2 weeks later. He was exactly as I remembered. Silver-haired, methodical, with eyes that missed nothing. Your grandmother was very specific about this clause, he said, reviewing my documentation. She insisted it remain, even when your mother tried to have it removed. That made me look up sharply. My mother knew about this. She did. Quentin's expression remained neutral. She argued quite forcefully against it, said it would destabilize the family dynamic. I laughed bitterly. You mean it would destabilize her control? The petition is solid, Quentin continued, stamping several pages. Once filed, there's a 3-month review period. During that time, maintain absolute silence about this. Any hint to your family could compromise the process. Back in the present, my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail from my mother. Answer your phone this instant. Do you have any idea what you've done to this family? I clicked play on the next one. The trust manager must have made a mistake. Fix this now, Samantha. Your brother needs that money. And the next. If you don't call me back in 5 minutes, you are no longer my daughter. Do you understand me? 5 minutes. I deleted them all and dialed Robin instead. They know, I said when she answered. How bad? Nuclear. My mother's already playing the disownment card. Right on schedule, Robin replied. Are you okay? Before I could answer, my phone beeped with an incoming call. Quentin. Hold on, I told Robin, switching lines. Hello? Samantha. Quentin's voice was calm as ever. Your parents just left my office. They're demanding the trust transfer be reversed. And I informed them that everything was done legally and properly. The assets are now solely under your control. He paused. Your mother didn't take it well. I could imagine. Thank you, Quentin, for everything. There's something else you should know, he added. Something your grandmother told me to share, but only after the transfer was complete. My heart skipped. What is it? She knew this would happen, not the specifics, but the pattern. She told me, Samantha will need this escape hatch someday. Make sure she finds it when she's ready. Tears pricked at my eyes. Grandma Eva had seen it all. The golden child worship, the financial manipulation, the slow erosion of my independence. She'd built me a lifeboat before I even knew I was drowning. My doorbell rang, startling me. Through the peephole, I saw Nash swaying slightly, clearly drunk. Samantha, he shouted, pounding on the door. Open up, we need to talk about this. I switched back to Robin's line. Nash is here, drunk. Don't open the door, she said immediately. Document everything, record if he makes threats. Samantha, another pound. You can't do this to me. That money was supposed to be mine. I started recording on my phone as his tirade continued. You're ruining everything. My investors were counting on that backup funding. Do you know what this will do to my reputation? Your reputation, I called through the door. What about the reputation I built while bankrolling your failures? That's what family does, he shouted back. We support each other. No, Nash, that's what I did, while you took and took and took. His voice turned ugly. You think you're so smart? Mom's right. You're just the backup plan, the spare. You were never supposed to matter. I smiled, even as tears rolled down my cheeks. That's the thing about spare parts, Nash. Sometimes they're the only thing holding the whole machine together. I heard him slide down against my door, his voice breaking. Please, Sammy, I need this. I can't fail again. You already have, I whispered, but not loud enough for him to hear. And this time, I won't be there to catch you. I stayed silent until his footsteps finally retreated, then sank to the floor myself, still clutching my phone. Robin's voice came through softly. You did it, Sam. You're free. But freedom, I was learning, came with its own kind of pain. The next morning I found my father waiting by my car outside my office building. He looked smaller somehow, his expensive suit wrinkled, his usual commanding presence deflated. We need to talk, he said as I approached. I'm late for a meeting. No, you're not. He stepped closer. I called your boss, told him it was a family emergency. My blood boiled. You did what? Sit with me, he gestured to a nearby bench. Please. I checked my phone. Sure enough, an email from my supervisor about taking the morning off. Even now, they were controlling my narrative. Fine, I said, sitting as far from him as possible. Talk. Your mother is devastated, he began. She hasn't slept. Nash's investors are threatening legal action. We need to make this right. Make what right? The fact that I legally claimed what was mine? He rubbed his temples. You don't understand the pressure Nash is under, the expectations you put on him, I cut in, while expecting me to fund them. We gave you everything, his voice rose. Private school, college. You gave Nash everything. I got student loans. I worked through college while he focused on his potential. I pulled out my phone, opening a spreadsheet. Want to see my records? Every dollar I've given him since we turned 18. It's over $2 million. His face paled. You kept track. Of course I did. I'm good with numbers, remember? Or did you forget that too, since it didn't fit your narrative about Nash being the business genius? A group of my co-workers walked past, trying not to stare. My father lowered his voice. What do you want? Name your price to release the funds. I laughed. You still think this is a negotiation? The money is gone, Dad. Invested, protected, legal. Gone where? His eyes narrowed. What did you do with it? Something smart. Something that will actually generate returns instead of funding another doomed startup. He grabbed my arm. You tell me right now. Let go, I said quietly, or I'll scream. Right here, in front of my office, in front of all these witnesses. How would that look for the family reputation? He released me like I'd burned him. You sound just like your mother, he spat. No, I stood up. I sound like someone who finally learned to fight back. Get a job, Dad, a real one. Stop living off your children. As I walked away, he called after me. He's your brother, your own blood. I turned back one last time. Blood doesn't excuse bleeding me dry. Inside my office, I found 3 emails from my mother, each more hysterical than the last. The final one was a single line. Quentin told us about your grandmother's clause. How dare you? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It was my cousin Felicity, who I hadn't heard from in years. Heard what you did. About time someone stood up to them. Call me. I was about to respond when my office phone rang. The receptionist's voice was apologetic. Ms. Grant, your brother is here. Tell him I'm in a meeting. He's already walking to your office. Nash burst in seconds later, looking worse than yesterday. His designer clothes were rumpled, his eyes bloodshot. You have to fix this, he demanded. My investors are pulling out. Everything I've built. You mean everything I paid for? He slumped into the chair across from my desk. I would have paid you back once the app took off, like the last 3 apps, the crypto venture, the NFT marketplace. I'm closed this time. He leaned forward. Just need 3 months of runway. I'll sign a contract. Your contracts mean nothing, I said, pulling out a folder. "Here's every IOU you've signed since we were 20, all worthless." He stared at the stack of papers, then laughed hollowly. "You really did keep receipts." "Someone had to. You know what's funny?" He ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. "You were always the smart one, the one who actually understood business. But they invested everything in me." "Not funny," I corrected. "Tragic. Help me one last time," he pleaded. "For old time's sake." I looked at my brother, really looked at him, the golden child, the chosen one, now reduced to begging in my office. "No," I said softly. "Get help, Nash. Real help. Learn to stand on your own." He stood up slowly, straightening his jacket with shaking hands. "Mom was wrong, you know." "About what?" "You weren't the spare," he said, walking to the door. "You were the backbone, and now we're all going to fall." After he left, I sat there for a long time staring at the folder of IOUs. My phone buzzed again, another text from Felicity. "There's something you need to know about Grandma Eva. Something Mom told me before she died. Can we meet?" I stared at the message, feeling the ground shift beneath my feet once again. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. I met Felicity at a quiet cafe across town, far from any of my family's usual haunts. She looked different from the last time I'd seen her, more confident, with an easy smile that spoke of freedom. "You look good," I said as she sat down. "Living abroad does that, away from all—" She gestured vaguely. "This." "What did you want to tell me about Grandma Eva?" Felicity glanced around before pulling out an envelope. "Mom told me this before she passed. Aunt Francesca, your mother, she wasn't supposed to be the executor of Grandma's estate." I felt my coffee go cold in my hands. "What?" "It was supposed to be you. Grandma specifically requested it. But Aunt Francesca overruled it somehow, got herself appointed instead." "That's not possible," I said. "The court would have—" "Look." She pushed the envelope across the table. Inside were copies of the original will documents with clear annotations naming me as executor. Mom kept these. She felt guilty about staying quiet. My hands shook as I read. "This changes everything." "There's more." Felicity leaned forward. "Check your credit report, now." I pulled out my phone, logging into my credit monitoring app. What I saw made my stomach drop. 3 credit cards I never opened, I whispered. 2 personal loans, all maxed out. "They did the same to me," Felicity said. "Used my identity for years. That's why I left the country." "But you," she pointed to the dates, "these are recent, since you took control of the trust." My mind flashed back to childhood memories, my mother making me sign papers I didn't understand, saying it was practice for being a businesswoman. "I need to call Robin," I said, already dialing. "Already on it," Robin answered immediately. "I've been monitoring your credit since this started. They've opened 5 new accounts in the last week alone." "Is it enough for criminal charges? Identity theft, fraud, financial abuse? Yes, but Sam, are you ready for that level of escalation?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. "Having a small gathering tonight. Your attendance is required. Family reputation at stake." Then another. "Don't make me tell everyone about your mental health issues." "They're trying to paint me as unstable," I told Robin and Felicity. "Classic move." "Fight back," Felicity urged. "I didn't, and I regret it every day." My phone kept buzzing. Flying monkeys deployed by my mother, distant relatives and family friends, all texting their concern about my emotional state. "Aunt Margaret says you're having a breakdown," one cousin wrote. "Your mother is worried sick about your erratic behaviour," typed a family friend. Robin was already in lawyer mode. "I'm calling in favours. We'll have police reports filed by morning. Financial Crimes Unit loves cases with this much documentation." "Do it," I said, my voice steady. "All of it," Felicity squeezed my hand. "There's one more thing. The estate in Switzerland, the one everyone thinks Aunt Francesca inherited. Check the property records." I looked up sharply. Why? Because Grandma Eva was playing a very long game, she smiled, and I don't think anyone knows the whole board yet. That evening I sat in my apartment with Robin, going through years of financial records. Each discovery was worse than the last. They used your identity to secure loans for Nash's startups, Robin said, highlighting documents. Multiple times. That's federal fraud. Look at this. I pointed to a series of transfers. Every time I got a bonus at work, money moved from my account to Nash's within hours. How did they even know? They had access to your accounts, Robin realized. Probably since you were a teenager. They never let go of the control. My phone lit up with another message from my mother. Last chance. Attend tonight or face the consequences. Go, Robin said suddenly. What? Go to their gathering, record everything, let them dig their hole deeper. I stared at the mounting evidence of decades of financial abuse. They'll try to ambush me. Exactly, Robin smiled grimly. And this time, you'll be ready. I thought about the young girl I used to be, signing papers without question, believing it was normal for family to take and take and take. Time to end this, I said, standing up. Be careful, Felicity warned. Aunt Francesca plays dirty when cornered. So do I replied, picking up my keys. She made sure of that. As I drove to my parents' house, my phone buzzed one more time. A message from an unknown number. This is Quentin. Don't delete any financial records. The FBI fraud division will need them all. I smiled, thinking of my mother's perfectly curated society gathering, about to implode. They wanted to talk about family reputation. Let's talk. The small gathering turned out to be a full-scale society event, my mother's specialty. 40 of our family's closest friends and relatives milled around the garden, all carefully selected for maximum impact. I recognized her strategy immediately, witnesses for whatever show she had planned. Samantha, darling, my mother's voice carried across the lawn, artificially bright. We were so worried you wouldn't come. Every head turned. The whispers started immediately. Poor Francesca, dealing with such a troubled daughter. I heard she's having some kind of breakdown, taking money from her own brother. I kept my phone recording in my pocket as I approached my mother. Her smile was razor sharp. Everyone's been so concerned, she said loudly. After your recent episodes, I matched her volume. You mean discovering the credit cards you opened in my name? Her smile flickered. Aunt Margaret swooped in, touching my arm with theatrical concern. Sweetie, we all know you've been under stress, she cooed, making up these awful stories. I pulled out my phone, opening my credit report. You mean these stories? Would you like to see the fraud alerts? Put that away, my mother hissed. Why? I turned to the gathering crowd. Afraid they'll see how you and Dad committed identity theft? Used my social security number for Nash's failed ventures? You're hysterical, my father cut in, appearing beside my mother. This is exactly what we're worried about. Is she having another episode? Someone whispered loudly. I laughed, the sound cutting through the manufactured concern. Let's talk about episodes, like the time you made me sign loan documents when I was 16. That's illegal, by the way. Enough! My mother grabbed my arm, manicured nails digging in. Nash emerged from the crowd, swaying slightly. Sammy, stop this. You're embarrassing everyone. No, I pulled free. I'm exposing everyone. There's a difference. Security Fraud Division, Robin's voice rang out as she walked through the garden gate. That's who's investigating the identity theft. Just thought everyone should know what's coming. My mother's face went white. This is a private event. You need to leave. Actually, Robin smiled. I'm here officially as Samantha's legal counsel, and I have some documents to share with the group. She pulled out copies of the credit reports, the fraudulent loans, the original will naming me executor, started passing them around. These are lies, my father sputtered, but his voice shook. The whispers changed tone. Those are real bank documents. Look at these dates. Multiple credit cards in her name. You want to talk about mental health? I addressed the crowd. Let's discuss the psychological impact of financial abuse, of being used as a human ATM, of having your identity stolen by your own parents. Stop this, my mother pleaded, her public mask cracking. Think about the family name. I am, I replied. I'm thinking about how you destroyed it yourselves. Nash lunged forward suddenly, grabbing my arm. You think you're so perfect, so much better than me. No, I said calmly, aware of every phone now recording us. I think I'm done being your backup plan. My father stepped between us, face red with exertion. You ungrateful... He stopped mid-sentence, clutching his chest. Daniel! My mother's voice turned shrill. He stumbled, gasping. The crowd erupted in chaos as he collapsed. Call an ambulance! Someone shouted. As people rushed around us, I stood still, watching the carefully orchestrated evening dissolve into panic. My mother knelt beside my father, all pretense forgotten, mascara running down her cheeks. Nash backed away, mumbling, This is your fault, all your fault. The ambulance arrived within minutes. As paramedics loaded my father onto a stretcher, my mother turned to me, her face twisted with fury and fear. Are you happy now? She spat. Is this what you wanted? No, I said quietly. This isn't what I wanted. This is what you created. Robin appeared at my side as my parents disappeared into the ambulance. You okay? No, I admitted, but I will be. The remaining guests scattered quickly, clutching their copies of the evidence, phones buzzing with messages spreading the news. By morning, everyone would know. Your father will be fine, Robin assured me. Probably just stress and high blood pressure. I know. I watched the ambulance drive away. But nothing else will be. My phone buzzed. Felicity. Saw what happened. Don't back down now. Check your email. I sent you Grandma Eva's Swiss property records. You're going to want to see this. I looked around the abandoned garden party at the scattered evidence of decades of manipulation and lies. Somewhere in the distance, I heard my mother's carefully constructed reputation crumbling. And for the first time, the sound didn't hurt at all. The hospital corridor smelled of disinfectant and stale coffee. I sat outside my father's room, waiting for my mother to finish her tearful performance for the nurses. Nash slouched in a chair opposite me, his designer clothes wrinkled from sleeping in the waiting room. He's stable, Nash said, breaking our hour-long silence. Just a panic attack, they said. Not a real heart attack. Good. Is that all you can say? He leaned forward. After what you did? What I did? I met his eyes. You mean expose the truth? You could have handled it privately, like you all handled stealing my identity privately. He flinched. I didn't know about that part. Not at first. When did you find out? Nash looked away. 3 years ago, when the crypto startup failed. Mum said they'd used your credit to secure some loans. I should have said something, but you didn't. I couldn't fail again, his voice cracked. Do you know what that's like, being the one they bet everything on? No, I said quietly. I was too busy being the one they took everything from. My mother emerged from the room, makeup perfectly refreshed despite her distress. The nurses need to check his vitals, she announced. Nash, go get some coffee. Samantha, a word. Nash shuffled away, leaving me alone with her. The police called this morning, she said, her voice low and dangerous. Financial Crimes Division. Are you happy now? Were you happy all those years forging my signature? We did what was necessary for this family. No, I corrected. You did what was necessary for Nash. I was just collateral damage. She sat beside me, smoothing her skirt. You were always so capable, so reliable. We knew you could handle it. Handle being defrauded? Handle supporting your brother's dreams, she snapped. You had no ambition of your own, no vision. You were just... The spare, I finished. I remember. A nurse walked past and my mother's voice dropped to a whisper. We can fix this, make the charges go away, return to how things were. They're federal charges, Mom. This isn't a society scandal you can smooth over with a party. Then why, she demanded, why destroy everything? I pulled out my phone, showing her the credit report. You destroyed it. Every time you forged my name. Every time you drained my accounts for Nash. Every time you chose him over basic human decency. He's special, she insisted. He just needs more time. He's 32, I cut in. How much more time does he need? You don't understand. No, you don't understand. It's over. The money's gone. The fraud is exposed. Nash needs to grow up and you and Dad need to face consequences. She stood up, straightening her designer jacket. We'll see about that. Your father and I still have friends in high places. Not anymore, I said, opening my email. These records are already with the FBI and the IRS and the media. Her face went pale. You wouldn't dare. I already did. Check tomorrow's financial papers. As if on cue, my phone buzzed. Quentin. Package arrived. Everything you sent is now with federal investigators. My mother's hands shook as she read the message over my shoulder. You've ruined us. No, I stood up. I freed us, all of us, even Nash. I'll never forgive you for this. I know, I smiled sadly. But I finally forgive myself. Nash returned with coffee, looking between us warily. Everything okay? Tell him, I said to my mother. Tell him about the fraud, the identity theft, the illegal loans. Tell him what his dreams really cost. She turned away, silent. Mom, Nash's voice was small like a child's. What is she talking about? I handed him the credit report, watched his face crumble as he read. All those times you said the money was from family investments, he whispered. It was, my mother said sharply. Samantha is family. It was theft, he corrected, looking sick. All of it. My whole career is built on stolen money. A nurse appeared in the doorway. Your father's asking for you, Mrs. Grant. My mother straightened her spine, mask back in place. We'll discuss this later, as a family. No, I said, gathering my things. We won't. I left them there, my mother retreating into denial, Nash finally facing reality. As I walked out of the hospital, my phone buzzed one last time, an email from Quentin. Your grandmother left something else for you. A sealed envelope to be opened only after everything else was revealed. Come see me tomorrow. I stepped into the sunlight, feeling lighter than I had in years. Whatever was in that envelope, I was finally ready to face it. The spare child had become the last one standing. Quentin's office looked exactly the same as it had months ago when I'd first discovered the trust loophole. But this time I wasn't nervous. I was ready. Your grandmother was quite specific about the timing of this, he said, pulling out a thick envelope. She said, give this to Samantha when she finally stands up for herself. My hands trembled slightly as I opened it. Inside were several documents, a letter, and a key. Dear Samantha, I read aloud. If you're reading this, you've finally done what I never could, broken free from Francesca's web of control. Quentin sat quietly as I continued reading. I watched her do to you what she did to me, use money as a weapon, manipulate through guilt, always demanding more. I tried to protect you with the trust, but I knew that wouldn't be enough. So I left you something else. Something Francesca doesn't know exists. I pulled out the property deed. The estate in Switzerland. Your mother thinks she inherited it, Quentin explained. She never checked the actual records. Because Grandma Eva transferred it to me 5 years ago, I whispered, reading the documentation, before she died. There's more. Quentin pointed to another document. It was a bank statement. 7 figures, in a private Swiss account. She built this for you, Quentin said softly. Every time Francesca demanded money from her, Eva matched the amount and put it aside. For you. I kept reading the letter. My darling girl, I saw your strength long before you did. How you protected Nash even while they drained you dry. How you built yourself up despite them tearing you down. This money isn't charity. It's what you should have had all along. Use it to build something for yourself, not for them. My phone buzzed. A news alert. The story had broken. Prominent family under federal investigation for financial fraud. Perfect timing, Quentin noted. Your grandmother would have appreciated that. Another document caught my eye. A business plan written in Eva's elegant hand. A scholarship foundation, I realised, for young women trapped by financial abuse. She left the framework, Quentin confirmed, but the execution is up to you. My phone kept buzzing. Messages from Nash, my mother, my father. I turned it off. There's one more thing, Quentin said, pulling out a final envelope. This arrived from Felicity this morning. Inside were photos, dozens of them. Eva with a young me, at moments I'd forgotten. Science fairs my parents had skipped. Dance recitals they'd missed for Nash's games. My grandmother had been there for all of them. She knew, I said, tears falling. She saw everything. And she planned accordingly, Quentin smiled. The estate is fully staffed, by the way, ready whenever you want to visit. A knock at the door interrupted us. Robin burst in, grinning. It's everywhere, she announced. Every major news outlet. The FBI just froze all their accounts. How bad? I asked. Your mother's social circles are imploding. Your father's business partners are distancing themselves. Nash's investors are suing. I looked at the scholarship foundation plans. Good. Time for something new to rise from the ashes. About that, Robin pulled out her laptop. I've been working on the legal framework for the foundation. We can have it operational within months. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from Felicity. Saw the news. Karma's finally here. When are you coming to Switzerland? Your grandmother had one last request, Quentin said, pointing to the end of her letter. I read the final lines. Don't let them make you bitter, my darling. Use this to help others break free. That's the best revenge, turning pain into purpose. Robin squeezed my shoulder. Ready to build something real? I looked at the estate photos, the foundation plans, the evidence of my grandmother's years of quiet rebellion and preparation. The Eva Grant Foundation for Financial Independence, I said, helping women escape financial abuse and build their own legacies. Perfect, Robin grinned. Want to know the best part? It'll be announced the same day your parents appear in court. My phone lit up one last time, a message from Nash. I understand now what they did, what I let happen. I'm sorry. I picked up the key to the Swiss estate, feeling its weight in my hand. Time to go see my new home. Your grandmother would be proud, Quentin said quietly. No, I corrected him, gathering the documents. She knew this would happen. She just waited for me to be ready. As I walked out of Quentin's office, I felt lighter than ever. The spare child had become something else entirely. An heir to a different kind of legacy, one built on freedom, not control, and I knew exactly what to do with it. The Swiss estate's windows caught the morning light, making the entire mansion glow. I stood in Eva's old study, my study now, reviewing applications for the Foundation's first round of scholarships. This one, Felicity said, holding up a file. She reminds me of you. Parents using her credit cards, forcing her to support a deadbeat brother. Add her to the shortlist, I nodded, just as my phone buzzed with a news alert. Prominent couple pleads guilty in financial fraud case, the headline read. Daniel and Francesca to face sentencing next week. Robin's call came seconds later. They took the plea deal, 3 years plus full restitution. And Nash? Bankruptcy proceedings started yesterday. He's actually getting help. Real help, not just throwing money at his problems. I walked to the window, watching the Swiss Alps in the distance. Did you see the interview requests? 17 magazines, 3 major newspapers, and 2 documentary filmmakers, Robin confirmed. They're calling it the Trust Fund Revolution, how one woman's stand against financial abuse inspired a movement. "Send them all to the Foundation's PR team," I said. "Let's use the attention for something good." A knock at the door interrupted us. Mia Henderson, my grandmother's old friend, entered with a tablet. "You need to see this," she said, pulling up a video. It was Nash, speaking at a financial literacy workshop. "I was the golden child," he told the audience, "the chosen one, and it destroyed not just me, but my sister. Don't let family loyalty become financial abuse." "He's actually doing it," I whispered, "teaching others from his mistakes." "People can surprise you," Mia smiled. "Eva always said that." My phone buzzed again, a message from my mother, her first since the guilty plea. "The Foundation. It's what she would have wanted. I see that now." I deleted it without responding. Some bridges weren't meant to be rebuilt. "First round of scholarship recipients goes public tomorrow," Felicity reminded me. 20 women, full funding for education or business ventures, plus mentorship, legal support and financial counselling, Robin added through the speaker. "Everything you didn't have." I picked up a framed photo from the desk. Eva and me at my college graduation, the only family member who showed up. She'd known even then what I'd become. "Ms. Grant," my assistant poked her head in, "the documentary crew is here for the Foundation launch, and there's someone else." Nash stepped into the doorway, looking different, humbler, cleaner, clear-eyed. "Hey, Sammy," he said quietly. "I'm not staying. Just wanted you to have this." He handed me an envelope containing a cheque. Small, but clearly all he could afford. "First restitution payment," he explained. "Voluntary, not court-ordered. It's not much, but—" "Give it to the Foundation," I said. "Help someone else's spare child." He nodded, understanding. "You were never spare, you know. You were the strongest one of us all." After he left, I turned back to the scholarship applications. 20 women about to break free, with hundreds more applying every day. "Eva would love this," Mia said, arranging papers on the desk. "The spare child building an empire of liberation." My phone lit up with another message, from Quentin this time. "Your grandmother left one last thing. A video message to be played only when you're ready. Are you ready?" I looked around the study, at the scholarship files, the foundation plans, the growing movement we'd built from the ashes of financial abuse. "Yes," I texted back. "I'm ready." Moments later, Eva's face filled my screen. "My darling girl, if you're watching this, you've done it. You've broken the cycle, built something new. Remember this, you were never spare. You were always the key, the one strong enough to set everyone free, including yourself. I'm so proud of the woman you've become." Felicity squeezed my hand as the video ended. "She knew, all along." "She did," I agreed, standing up. "Now, let's go change some lives." The documentary crew waited in the grand hall, cameras ready to capture the Foundation's launch. But they weren't just filming a story about revenge or justice. They were filming the beginning of a revolution, one that started with a spare child who refused to be spare anymore. "Ready?" Robin asked through the phone. I thought about all the women waiting for their chance to break free, all the lives about to change. "Ready?" I smiled. "Let's show them what the spare ones can do. Because sometimes the spare part isn't extra at all. Sometimes it's the piece that builds something entirely new. And I was just getting started."
I spent $300,000 to watch my marriage die in paradise. My name is Alison, and until yesterday I thought I was still living my fairy tale. The small-town girl who made it big, married the charming prince, and finally won over his royal family. Funny how delusion works like that. "Champagne, Mrs. Edwards?" The flight attendant's voice pulled me from my spreadsheet. "First class to St. Lucia, the beginning of the perfect 40th anniversary surprise for my in-laws." "Thank you." I accepted the crystal flute, catching my mother-in-law Sylvia's slight eye roll from across the aisle. "Really, Alison, champagne at 10 a.m? Quinn, my sister-in-law, smirked from her seat. Though I suppose someone who works in finance would want to get their money's worth. I sipped slowly, letting the bubbles numb my tongue. 8 years of these little paper cuts, delivered with perfect manicured hands and practiced smiles. But this trip would change everything. I'd finally prove I belonged. "The resort looks divine," Sylvia commented, flipping through the amenities booklet. "Though I'm surprised you managed to book the ocean suite. Isn't that a bit ambitious for your budget?" "I wanted it to be special," I said, watching King, my husband, pretend to be absorbed in his phone. He hadn't spoken more than 10 words to me since takeoff. "Special indeed," Quinn chimed in. "Guess that executive bonus was good this year." I forced a smile. "The company's doing well." The flight attendant returned with warm towels. I pressed mine against my face, hiding behind the soft cotton for just a moment. $300,000. Every bonus, every commission, every extra hour at the office had gone into this week. The perfect rooms, the private tours, the sunset cruise, each detail meticulously planned over sleepless nights. "Darling," King finally spoke, touching my arm, "we should talk when we land." Something in his tone made my stomach clench. "Of course. Is everything okay?" He didn't answer, just returned to his phone. I noticed Quinn trying to suppress a smile. The rest of the flight passed in a blur of champagne and silence. As we descended into St. Lucia, the Caribbean sun painting the ocean gold, I should have felt triumphant. Instead, dread sat heavy in my chest. The resort entrance was a cathedral of luxury, marble floors, soaring ceilings, staff waiting with fresh coconuts and orchid leis. I was handling check-in when King appeared beside me, manila envelope in hand. "Here," he said, sliding it across the counter. "You should read this now." The young concierge, her name tag reading Kaya, glanced between us uncertainly. My fingers trembled as I opened the envelope. The words "petition for divorce" swam before my eyes. "What?" I whispered. "King, what is this?" "Oh, good, he's finally doing it," Quinn's voice carried across the lobby. "We were wondering when he'd get around to it." The room started spinning. Sylvia's perfectly composed face, Quinn's barely contained glee, the pitying looks from the staff. It all blurred together like a watercolour in the rain. "I'm sorry it had to be like this," King said, not sounding sorry at all. "But you've always had a flair for the dramatic. I figured you'd appreciate the setting." "You knew?" I turned to Sylvia. "All of you knew?" "Darling," she sighed, "we all knew this was temporary. You were never really one of us." I stood there, divorce papers in one hand, resort welcome packet in the other, as King walked away. He paused at the elevator, looking back with that smile I used to love. "She's more like us," he said softly. "You'll understand soon." The elevator doors closed on their satisfied faces, leaving me alone in the lobby. Well, not quite alone. Kaya the concierge was still there, horror evident in her wide eyes. "Mrs. Edwards," she started, "I'm so sorry." "Grant," I corrected automatically. "My name is Alison Grant." Something shifted inside me then, like a switch being flipped. All those years of smiling through their subtle cruelty, of trying to prove myself worthy, they crystallized into something hard and cold and clarifying. I looked down at the resort welcome packet, at all the carefully planned excursions and meals I'd booked, at the premium suite keys in my hand, at the credit card authorizations still pending in my name. "Kaya," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice was, "I think I'll need to make some changes to our reservations." The smile that spread across my face didn't feel forced at all. For the first time in years, it felt absolutely real. The resort lobby's marble floor felt cold through my stockings. I hadn't realized I'd sunk to the ground until Kaya touched my shoulder. "Mrs. G.R. Allison, would you like some water? A memory flashed. Last Christmas, spilling wine on Sylvia's imported rug. Her voice dripping with disdain. "Oh, darling, do try to be less common." I stood up, smoothing my skirt. "Actually, I'd like access to a computer." "Of course, you can use the business centre, or I can bring a laptop to your suite." My suite? The ocean view penthouse I'd booked for King and me, while his parents got the luxury villa and Quinn the beachfront suite. All paid for with my American Express black card. The business centre will do, and Kaya, I'd appreciate your discretion. She nodded, leading me through the resort's winding corridors. Each step cleared my head a little more, years of memories crystallizing into perfect, sharp clarity. The time Quinn accidentally spilled about my food stamp childhood at a charity gala. Sylvia's annual Christmas gift, a personal stylist consultation, because we must do something about your presentation, dear. King's gradual withdrawal from our joint accounts, always with a reasonable excuse. The business centre was empty, its row of computers facing the ocean. I sat down, logged into my banking app, and began. "First things first," I muttered, pulling up the flight reservations. Their return tickets were still under my name. Cancel, cancel, cancel. A soft ding from my phone, a text from Quinn. "The Infinity Pool Bar makes divine martinis. Do join us if you're done crying." I switched to the resort's booking system. Kaya had given me full access during check-in. I modified the room authorizations, limiting their stays to exactly one night. Then I transferred the remaining nights of their luxury suites to my card's travel rewards account. My phone buzzed again. Fiona, my best friend. "Girl, where are you? You haven't posted any vacation pics." I called her immediately. "Fee, he served me divorce papers at the resort in front of everyone." "He what?" Her voice rose several octaves. "That privileged piece of... It gets better. They all knew. They let me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip, knowing." "Tell me you're not still paying for them to stay in paradise." I smiled, clicking confirm on the last cancellation. "Not exactly." "What did you do?" "Let's just say they might want to start looking for flights home. Economy flights." "You didn't?" "I did, and tomorrow morning they're getting kicked out of their rooms." Fiona's laughter echoed through the phone. "You beautiful, vengeful goddess! Need me to come down there?" "No," I said, surprising myself. "I need to do this alone." After hanging up, I sat back and watched the waves crash against the shore. 8 years of trying to fit into their world, of shrinking myself to please them, of being the perfect wife, the grateful daughter-in-law, the quiet target for Quinn's barbs. A resort employee appeared with a fresh coconut. "Compliments of Miss Kaya," he said quietly. I sipped the cool water, remembering the day King proposed. How proud I'd been showing off the ring to my colleagues. Now I wondered if he'd used my money to buy it. My phone buzzed with an email notification. My financial advisor. "Unusual activity on your accounts. Please confirm these transactions." I opened my banking app again, this time looking at our joint accounts. There it was. King had been moving money around for months, small amounts at first, then larger transfers, all to an account I didn't recognize. "Oh, you stupid man," I whispered, taking screenshots. "You left a trail." I forwarded everything to my lawyer, then composed a new email to the resort's security office. Subject line, potential fraud investigation. Standing up, I caught my reflection in the business centre's glass wall. I looked different somehow. Lighter. Dangerous. The elevator ride to my suite was silent. Inside, I unpacked my carefully chosen outfits, hanging each designer piece King's family had pressured me to buy, the clothes I'd worn trying to become one of them. My phone buzzed one last time. "King, don't make this difficult. Sign the papers and we can all enjoy the rest of the week civilized." I walked to the balcony, watching his family lounging by the pool below. They looked so small from up here, like expensive dolls arranged in a perfect display. "Oh, we're way past civilized," I said to the empty room, raising my coconut in a mock toast. "Welcome to economy class, darlings." I set an alarm for 6 a.m. I wanted to be awake when security knocked on their doors. After all, I'd paid for this show. Might as well enjoy every minute of it. I woke before my alarm, the Caribbean sunrise painting my suite in shades of gold. Perfect timing. The show was about to begin. From my balcony, I had a clear view of the security team assembling in the lobby. Lionel, the head of security, checked his tablet one last time before leading his team toward the elevators. My phone lit up with a text from Kaya. "Security starting room checks now. Thought you'd want to know." I poured myself a mimosa from the room service cart and settled into my balcony lounger. The resort was quiet, peaceful, for about 3 more minutes. "This is absolutely unacceptable." Sylvia's voice shattered the morning calm. "Do you have any idea who we are?" I leaned forward, sipping my drink. Through the glass doors of their villa, I could see Lionel maintaining his professional composure. "Ma'am, I understand your frustration, but your room authorization expires in 1 hour. We'll need you to either extend your stay with a valid credit card or vacate the premises." "Valid credit card?" Quinn's screech carried across the courtyard. "We're here on a family vacation. Alison handled all the arrangements." "Mrs. Grant's card is no longer authorized for these rooms," Lionel explained. "She's modified the reservations." A door slammed. King emerged from his suite, still in his monogrammed pajamas. "This is ridiculous. Get Alison down here now." My phone buzzed. King calling. I declined with a swipe, then watched him stare at his phone in disbelief. "Sir," Lionel continued, "you have 55 minutes to make alternative arrangements. After that, we'll be forced to remove your belongings." "Remove our—" Sylvia clutched her pearls. "This is outrageous. We're calling our lawyer." "Please do," Lionel replied smoothly, "though you might want to pack first." I finished my mimosa as they scrambled between rooms, their voices rising in panic. Quinn tried her credit cards, all declined. King's cards, same result. Sylvia's Platinum Amex, rejected. "This is that little gold digger's doing," Quinn's voice cracked. "She's trying to humiliate us." "Trying?" I murmured to myself. "Succeeding, darling." My phone lit up again. Sylvia, this time. I let it ring, imagining her face getting redder with each unanswered call. A commotion drew my attention to the pool area. King was arguing with the bartender, who kept shaking his head. "What do you mean my room charge privileges are revoked? I ordered that bourbon last night." "I'm sorry, sir. The system shows your account has been suspended." I ordered another mimosa through the resort's app, charging it to my still very active account. The same bartender who just denied King delivered it personally, giving me a subtle wink. "Thank you," I said, tipping generously in cash. "How's everyone doing down there?" He grinned. "Let's just say I've never seen anyone try to barter a Rolex for a hotel room before." Exactly 1 hour after the first warning, Lionel's team began removing luggage from the rooms. Quinn's designer suitcases, Sylvia's hat boxes, King's carefully packed golf clubs, all deposited in the lobby. "You can't do this!" Sylvia was nearly hysterical now. "We're the Edwards family." "Not for long," I muttered, thinking of the divorce papers in my safe. A small crowd had gathered in the lobby, watching the drama unfold. Among them, I noticed a man typing furiously on his phone, occasionally snapping pictures. A journalist, maybe? Perfect. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Alison, please, you've made your point. Let's talk about this like adults." I checked the number. King's new phone. He must have switched devices when I blocked his old one. "Like adults?" I texted back. "You mean like serving divorce papers in public? Or planning this ambush while I paid for everyone's luxury vacation?" 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Then, "You're being childish." I smiled, typing, "No, darling, I'm being economical. First class was wasted on you anyway." Below, Lionel was escorting my former family toward the resort entrance. Quinn was crying, mascara running down her face. Sylvia had moved from outrage to bargaining, offering her jewellery as collateral. King just looked shell-shocked, like he couldn't quite believe his perfect plan had backfired. Another text from Kaya. "Security found something interesting in Mr. Edwards's room, some papers you might want to see." "Bring them up," I replied. I ordered breakfast, the full spread charged to my room, and settled in for a long, leisurely morning. After all, I had 7 more days in paradise, a penthouse suite all to myself, and what promised to be some very interesting reading material. From somewhere in the resort, I heard Quinn's final screech, "How are we supposed to get home?" I raised my glass to the empty air. "Economy class is that way, sweetie. Better hurry. I hear coach fills up fast." The infinity pool sparkled like diamonds in the afternoon sun. I adjusted my new bikini, a little revenge purchase from the resort boutique, and settled onto a lounger with my laptop. Well, well, look who decided to show her face. Quinn stood over me, blocking my sun. Her designer cover-up was wrinkled, probably from sleeping in the airport lounge. "Quinn," I said pleasantly, "no luck with the flights?" "You vindictive bitch." She dropped into the chair next to me. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I took a deliberate sip of my mojito, cancelled some unauthorized charges, protected my assets. Please, enlighten me. We're stranded here. Mother had a panic attack at the airport. They wanted $12,000 for last-minute first-class tickets. I checked my email. The business class tickets I originally booked were only $6,000 each. But you're right, last-minute fares are crazy. A man at the nearby bar perked up, angling his phone in our direction. The same one from the lobby drama earlier. Quinn leaned closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "King told us everything. How you trapped him with your new money, how you never fit in despite all his family's efforts." I laughed, actually laughed. "Is that what he said? Interesting. Did he mention the money he's been siphoning from my accounts?" Her face flickered. "What? Oh, you didn't know? Your perfect brother has been stealing from me for months. Want to see the bank statements?" "You're lying." I opened my laptop, turning it toward her. "Numbers don't lie, Quinn, but families do, don't they?" She stared at the screen, at the trail of transfers leading to an unknown account. Her perfectly maintained facade cracked slightly. "That's not... he wouldn't..." "Mrs. Grant?" Kaya appeared poolside, holding a folder. "Those documents you requested from security." "Perfect timing!" I took the folder, pulling out a stack of papers. "Look, Quinn, loan application's in my name, but that's not my signature, is it?" Quinn's face went pale. "I need a drink." "Oh, sorry, your room charges are suspended. Cash only." The man at the bar, definitely a journalist, was now openly recording on his phone. "You know what the funny thing is?" I continued, enjoying myself now. "I actually thought this trip would finally make me part of the family. $300,000 to buy your approval." 300? Quinn choked. "That's impossible. First-class flights, luxury suites, private tours, that sunset cruise you were so excited about." I ticked off my fingers. "It adds up, but don't worry, I'm getting my money's worth." "By humiliating us." "No, by finally seeing you clearly." I closed my laptop. "Do you know what the resort staff told me? They overheard King planning this whole thing. The divorce, the public humiliation. It was all scheduled, like a show." Quinn's silence spoke volumes. "But here's what I don't get," I continued. "Why let me spend all this money first? Why not just serve the papers at home?" "Because," Quinn started, then stopped. Because he needed the money," a new voice said. I turned to see Kaya, who hadn't left. For her. Her. My stomach tightened. Kaya glanced around, then lowered her voice. I wasn't supposed to say anything, but there's someone else. Someone who's been visiting him here. They had it all planned, using your money to fund their fresh start. Quinn stood up abruptly, knocking over her chair. Quinn, I called after her retreating form, don't you want to know who it is? She walked faster. The journalist approached my lounger. Hi, I'm Carson. I couldn't help overhearing. Would you be interested in telling your side of the story? I looked at his phone, still recording. You caught all that? He nodded. It's going viral already. Wife's first-class revenge is trending. I considered the implications. The humiliation they'd planned for me turned back on them, the perfect karma. You know what, Carson? Let me buy you a drink. I have quite a story to tell. Actually, Kaya interrupted, there's something else you should know about King's visitor. My phone buzzed, a news alert. Someone had posted security footage from the resort. The headline read, Luxury Resort Drama. Scorned wife turns tables on gold-digging family. I smiled at Carson. Looks like you have competition. Trust me, he said. When you hear the whole story, this is going to be much bigger than a viral video. I gestured to the bartender for 3 drinks. Well then, let's give the internet what it wants. But first, Kaya, who is she? The other woman? Kaya's expression was pained. That's just it. It's not a woman. The pieces started falling into place. King's sudden interest in Quinn's friend Jude. The secret account. The perfect plan. Oh, I said softly. Now that's going to make one hell of a story. Your story has 2 million views. Fiona's voice crackled through my phone. Twitter is calling you a queen. There are memes. I was having breakfast on my private balcony, watching the sunrise over the ocean. How bad is it? Bad? It's glorious. Sheik, first-class karma is trending. Someone made a TikTok reenactment of the lobby scene. A knock at my door interrupted her gleeful report. Hold on, Fee. I opened the door to find Jude standing there, looking expensive and uncomfortable in resort wear that matched King's usual style. We need to talk, he said. Fee, I'll call you back. The other woman just showed up. I paused. Well, the other man? Holy shit! Record everything! I hung up and gestured Jude inside. He walked to the balcony, taking in the ocean view I'd originally planned to share with King. Nice suite, he said finally. It should be. I paid for it. I sat down at my breakfast table. Coffee? How long have you known? About you and King. I poured myself another cup. Kaya told me yesterday, though I suppose I should have guessed. All those business trips with Quinn's charming best friend. He had the grace to look ashamed. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. No. I set my cup down carefully. How was it supposed to happen? We were going to tell you privately. But then you planned this trip and King thought... Thought what? That humiliating me in paradise would be more fun? He said you trapped him with money, that you were controlling, that you'd destroy him if he left. I laughed. Is that what he told you while spending my money on your secret rendezvous? Jude shifted uncomfortably. The transfers were illegal, I finished. Forged signatures, unauthorized loans. Did you know about those? His silence was answer enough. Here's what I don't understand, I continued. Why let me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip? Why not just leave? Because, he swallowed, because we needed the capital for our new venture. The pieces clicked. The mystery account. You're starting a business. A luxury travel company. King said you'd never notice the money missing, that you were too busy trying to impress his family. My phone buzzed. Another news alert. The story had hit mainstream media. Well, I smiled, I'm certainly making an impression now. Alison, please. Jude stepped forward. We can fix this. Keep it quiet. Like how you kept your affair quiet, or how Quinn kept quiet while watching me plan this whole trip. Quinn didn't. He stopped. Didn't what? She didn't know about me and King. No one did except Sylvia. The coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth. His mother knew. She caught us last Christmas at the family estate. She said... He looked away. She said you were never really family anyway. I set the cup down before I could throw it. Get out. Alison. No. I stood up. You and King stole from me. You conspired to humiliate me, and now you want mercy. The publicity could ruin us. Should have thought of that before using my money to fund your happily ever after. A commotion outside caught our attention. On the beach below, King was arguing with the resort security, trying to get back onto the property. Your boyfriend's making a scene, I noted. Jude rushed to the balcony. He's drunk. He's been drinking since the story broke. Not my problem anymore. I picked up my phone. Though I should warn you, my lawyer's very interested in those forged documents. You wouldn't? I already did. The police have been notified. I showed him my screen. Emails from my legal team. Fraud charges are serious, Jude. Hope that travel company was worth it. He left without another word, hurrying down to the beach where King was now shouting my name. My phone rang. Fiona again. Girl, you won't believe what just hit the internet. Someone leaked security footage of King and some guy kissing at the resort last Christmas. I watched Jude reach King, trying to pull him away from the growing crowd of onlookers. Actually, I said, I believe it completely. Want to hear something interesting about Sylvia? Below, security was escorting both men off the property. Guests were filming on their phones. Carson, my journalist friend, was taking notes. You know what, Fee? I smiled, raising my coffee cup in a toast to the chaos. I think I finally found the perfect way to thank them for all those etiquette lessons. Nothing says proper breeding quite like a public scandal. Mrs. Grant? Lionel knocked on my door. There's a situation in the lobby. Mrs. Edwards Sr. is demanding to see you. I checked my reflection in the mirror, adjusting my designer sundress. Another charge on my still active room account. Is she alone? Yes. And... He hesitated. She's crying. Now this I had to see. The lobby was quieter than yesterday's chaos, but heads turned as I walked through. A few guests even raised their phones, probably hoping for another viral moment. Sylvia sat on a plush sofa, her perfect posture finally broken. Her makeup was smeared, her designer outfit wrinkled. She looked human. Alison, she said, standing, please. I sat across from her, crossing my legs carefully. Shouldn't you be at the airport? I saw the news, her voice cracked. The videos, the story about King and Jude, I supplied helpfully. Your son's lover, the one you caught last Christmas. She flinched. I should have told you. Yes, I agreed. You should have. Instead, you watched me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip, knowing it was a setup. I thought... She twisted her handkerchief. I thought if you gave him enough, he might stay. With you. The proper choice. I laughed, drawing more attention from nearby guests. The proper choice? You mean the choice that wouldn't scandalize your country club friends? You don't understand. Our family name... Stop. I leaned forward. Let me tell you what I understand. I understand that for 8 years you treated me like something stuck to your shoe. Every holiday, every family event, every charity gala, you made sure I knew I wasn't good enough. That's not... Remember last Thanksgiving? I continued, when you announced to everyone that at least my humble background meant I knew how to properly tip the staff? Or the time you gave me a book on proper table etiquette for Christmas? Sylvia's face crumpled. I was trying to help. No, You were trying to fix me, to mould me into someone worthy of your precious family name, all while knowing your son was stealing from me to fund his secret life with another man. The money, she started, was mine, I finished. Every dollar, my bonuses, my commissions, my inheritance from my grandmother, the money you all looked down on until you needed it. A small crowd had gathered, trying to look like they weren't listening. Carson was there too, phone ready. "What do you want?" Sylvia whispered. "Name your price to keep this quiet." I stood up, smoothing my dress. "You still don't get it. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you anymore." "Please," she grabbed my arm. "The press is calling. Our friends are calling. Quinn's had to delete all her social media." Funny how karma works, isn't it? I gently removed her hand. All those years of teaching me about proper behaviour, about family loyalty, about keeping up appearances. Now look who's causing a scene in public. "I'll lose everything," she said. "My charity board positions, my social standing. Like I lost my marriage, my dignity, the money I earned." I shook my head. "You raised vipers, Sylvia. Now they have nothing to eat but each other." Her sob echoed through the lobby. Perfect timing, just as a new group of guests walked in. "Oh, and Sylvia," I turned back. "Those forged loan documents the police are investigating, they have your son's fingerprints all over them. Might want to hire a good lawyer instead of worrying about the country club gossip." I walked away, head high, feeling the weight of eyes following me. At the elevator, Kaya was waiting with a tablet. "The local police want to take your statement," she said, "and there's a call from Good Morning America." Book the interview, I decided, but first I need a drink. My phone buzzed. "Quinn, they're saying King embezzled millions. Tell me you didn't know." I typed back, "Like you didn't know about Jude. We all keep secrets, Quinn. Some are just more expensive than others." The elevator opened to my floor. Inside my suite, I found a bottle of champagne with a note from Carson. "Story goes live tomorrow. Thought you might need this." I popped the cork and walked to the balcony. Below, Sylvia was being escorted to a taxi, still crying. In the distance, I could see a police boat approaching the resort's private dock. My phone lit up again. Fiona sending a link. Rich Family's Paradise Nightmare, the full story behind like first-class karma. I raised my glass to the setting sun. "Here's to proper breeding," I whispered, "and the proper price of betrayal." The champagne had never tasted better. "The video of your husband's arrest has 10 million views, Carson said, showing me his phone. "People are calling it the first-class takedown." We were sitting at the resort's beachfront restaurant, watching police escort King and Jude from their budget hotel in handcuffs. The local news was covering it live. "Fraud charges," Carson continued, "plus unauthorized access to financial accounts. They're saying it could be years in prison." I sipped my coffee. And the business they were planning? Dead before it started. Investors pulled out the moment the story broke. He checked his notes. Oh, and Quinn's been fired from her charity board position, something about family values. How ironic! My phone buzzed. Good Morning America's producer confirming tomorrow's remote interview. They'd already sent a professional lighting setup to my suite. "You're going to be famous," Carson said. "People love a revenge story, but this is Shakespeare-level drama." "Mrs. Grant," Kaya approached our table, "there's a woman in the lobby asking for you. Says she's your mother-in-law's sister." I hadn't even known Sylvia had a sister. The woman waiting in the lobby was Sylvia's opposite. Warm smile, simple clothes, genuine presence. "Alison, I'm Margaret." She extended her hand. "I've been wanting to meet you for years. But Sylvia, well, she's particular about family gatherings." "You mean I wasn't good enough for them?" Margaret laughed. "Honey, none of us were. Why do you think I wasn't invited to holidays?" She sat down. "I saw the news. About King, about the money. Sylvia called me crying." "Looking for sympathy?" Looking for a loan, actually. Their accounts are frozen pending the investigation. She shook her head. 8 years you put up with them. I lasted 3 family dinners before telling Sylvia exactly where she could put her etiquette books. Despite everything, I smiled. Would have loved to see that. Listen, Margaret leaned forward. I know you don't need advice from another Edwards, but don't let this make you bitter. What you did, pure poetry, but don't let it define you. My phone buzzed again, a text from Quinn. They're taking Daddy's boat. Mum's having a breakdown. Please help. I showed Margaret the message. Ah, she said, the mighty have fallen. Question is, are you going to catch them? Why should I? You shouldn't. But mercy, when you have all the power, says more about you than them. I thought about it. What would you do? Me? She grinned. I'd let them sweat a bit longer. Then maybe, if they showed real remorse, I'd consider calling off a few dogs, but only after they'd learned their lesson. Carson appeared with more news. Twitter's exploding. Someone leaked audio of King and Jude planning the whole thing. They're calling you a feminist icon. Margaret stood up. Sounds like you've got work to do, but remember, the best revenge isn't just about destroying your enemies, it's about building yourself up stronger. After she left, I checked my messages, interview requests, book deals, even a movie option. The story had struck a nerve. Mrs. Grant, Lionel approached. The police would like to know if you want to press additional charges. They found more evidence of financial misconduct. I thought about Margaret's words, about power and mercy. Tell them, I paused, tell them I'll think about it. My phone lit up with a news alert. Socialite families fall from grace, a modern karma tale. You know what's funny, I told Carson. They always said I wasn't good enough for their world. Now their world isn't good enough for anyone. What's your next move? He asked. I watched the sunset paint the ocean gold, the same view I'd planned to share with King, now mine alone. First, I'm going to finish enjoying my very expensive vacation. Then, I smiled. I'm thinking of starting my own investment firm. Something about helping women protect their assets from fraudulent partners. Nice angle, Carson nodded, turning pain into purpose. Kaya brought over a letter from Fiona. Inside was a cheque and a note. For your next first-class trip, this time fly solo. I tucked the cheque away and ordered champagne. The resort staff, now practically my family, brought it with knowing smiles. To karma, Carson raised his glass. No, I corrected, to new beginnings. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with another text from Quinn. The press is outside our house, please. We're desperate. I left it on read. Some lessons need time to sink in. The champagne bubbles caught the last rays of sun, turning golden like the future ahead. First class indeed. Your final signature, Mrs. Grant. My lawyer slid the last divorce document across his desk. Once filed, it's officially over. Through his office window, I could see reporters still camped outside. The story hadn't died. It had evolved. Every new revelation added fuel. King's guilty plea, Jude's immunity deal, Quinn's leaked texts about helping hide the money. Before you sign, he said, there's been another offer from the Edwards family. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sylvia's willing to testify against King in exchange for your discretion regarding certain family matters. Too late for that. I signed with a flourish. The documentary starts filming next week. My phone buzzed. Margaret saw Sylvia at the country club. They revoked her membership. Karma's got good taste. The intercom crackled. Mrs. Grant, Good Morning America is calling about the book deal. I gathered my things, including the final divorce papers. Tell them I'll call back. I have a meeting. Outside, cameras flashed. I'd learned to ignore them, striding past in my Louboutins, bought with my own money, not stolen funds. Fiona waited in her car. Ready? For this? Been ready my whole life. We pulled up to a sleek office building. The sign read, Phoenix Financial, Women Protecting Women. Inside, dozens of women waited in the conference room. Each had a story. A king, a Sylvia, a betrayal wrapped in privilege and presumption. Ladies, I began, welcome to your financial freedom. My phone lit up. Quinn calling. Again, I declined it. Again. Mrs. Grant, my assistant appeared. There's a visitor. Says she's family. Margaret walked in, carrying a familiar etiquette book. Thought you might want to burn this. Sylvia's personal copy. The women in the room laughed. Actually, I said, let's keep it. Reminder of where we started. My presentation screen showed the viral photos. King in handcuffs, Sylvia crying in the resort lobby, Quinn being served court papers for conspiracy. See these people? I told the room. They thought money meant power, that wealth meant worth. They were wrong. Fiona pulled up the latest news. Edward's family estate seized in fraud investigation. Your story changed everything, one woman said. Made us realise we're not alone. My phone buzzed. Carson. Documentary crew found more footage. You won't believe what Sylvia admitted on camera. You know what the best revenge is? I asked the room. Not the viral videos, not the criminal charges. It's this, turning their weapons into our shields. Margaret smiled. Poetic. The intercom chimed. Mrs. Grant, King's lawyer is calling about a settlement. Tell him I don't need his money. I turned back to the women. I'm building my own empire. We all are. My phone lit up again. Kaya sending a resort photo. The Ocean View penthouse, now permanently reserved in my name. For your next victory celebration, she wrote. Ladies, I raised my water glass. Welcome to first class. This time we're flying ourselves. The room erupted in applause. Outside, more reporters waited. But now they asked different questions. Not about scandal and revenge, but about empowerment and change. My phone buzzed one last time. Sylvia, please, the police are taking everything. I typed back, remember when you said I wasn't good enough for your family? Turns out your family wasn't good enough for anyone. Then I blocked her number. In my office later, I found a package from the resort. Inside, the room key from that first night, mounted in a frame with a note from Lionel. The moment Karma checked in. I hung it beside my degrees and financial licenses. A reminder that sometimes rock bottom is just the foundation you need to build something better. Fiona poked her head in. Ready for the investor meeting? I grabbed my briefcase, pausing at the etiquette book on my desk. 8 years of trying to fit their mould when I should have been breaking it all along. You know what? I smiled. I'm booking a flight tonight, first class, window seat. Running away? No. I touched the framed key, going back to where it started. Some women from the support group want to learn about financial independence. Thought I'd teach them somewhere beautiful. The resort? Where else, after all? I picked up my phone, already pulling up the booking app. I hear the Karma there is excellent this time of year. I booked the flight, 1 seat, first class, no one beside me, just how I liked it now. The empire I was building might not have the Edwards name, but it had something better. Truth, strength, and women rising together. That's worth more than first class could ever buy.